Hello and welcome to the world of Pokemon. I myself am Manuka, a Pokemon researcher and a Pokemon professor. In this world, humans and Pokemon live side by side in harmony and they work together. This right here is an example of a Pokemon. This right here is a Bidoof, more specifically. Humans and Pokemon have been living side by side for many centuries now, but enough about Pokemon. Tell me about yourself. What is your name? Ah, what a wonderful name. You will be going on your own adventure in the Sinnoh region in the Pokemon world, and as such, I will be your guide to guide you through your whole adventure. How your journey shapes up to be is all up to you. So, are you ready to get started? Great. Alright then, I will see you very soon in Sanjam Town, but for now, let's begin your adventure. Hey, this is Van speaking from the Jubilife Transportation Services. You've been booked to travel from Twin Leaf Town to Sanjam Town using our travel agency. I'm outside your house waiting for you to come out, so whenever you're ready, please come outside and I'll take you from here to Sanjam Town, alright? Okay, I'll be waiting. Oh, you're here. Sorry, I was starting to doze off because you took so long to come out. It's alright, no worries. It's a slow day for me anyways. I'm from the Jubilife Transportation Services and I'll be taking you from here to Sanjam Town. Is that okay? Great. And just as Professor Rowan arranged, you will not be paying any money to me. All your expenses are covered from here to Sanjam Town. Truth be told, we didn't operate in Twin Leaf Town before, but 3 years ago, if you remember, when Team Galactic, their plans were thwarted by a trainer that belonged to Twin Leaf Town. She later on went on to beat the champion too, if you remember, the savior of Sinnoh. She was from Twin Leaf Town as well, and because of her, we were asked by the Pokemon League to provide transportation services to trainer from Twin Leaf Town as well, so that they can start their journey and get their first Pokemon in Sanjam Town. So we provide pretty much security and safety to new trainers so that they don't have to battle wild Pokemon. I will keep you safe with my own Pokemon and you will get to Sanjam Town safely and securely and get your first Pokemon. Yeah, well, we don't have a vehicle though. We're gonna be walking. It's not too far and it saves us money, and at the same time we make good profits off of bringing trainers from Twin Leaf Town. So, are you ready? I don't want to keep you here too long. You are probably excited to get your first Pokemon, right? Yeah? Alright, let's go. Okay, looks like we're here. This right here is the Pokemon Lab in Sanjam Town. So your journey with me has come to an end. Alright, so I hope you get your first Pokemon, and if you don't, you know who to call if you want to go back home, right? Okay, thank you so much for traveling with Jubilife Transportation Services, and I hope I don't see you again. But if you need me, you know who to call, right? Alright, bye. You're here. Awesome. Professor Roman did tell me that you're very punctual, so I was expecting you to be here right on time. Yeah, I was just reading some documents on why Dunsparce does not have an evolution. It's very interesting stuff, but I don't think this concerns you at all, so let me close this and put it by the side. So, I know you were supposed to get your first Pokemon today, and Professor Rowan gave you today's date, but unfortunately Unfortunately, Professor Rowan got a call this morning, and it is the rule in life. If Professor Rowan gets a call, it means he has to go. So he left, and he left me in charge. He felt really bad about not being able to give you your first Pokemon and leaving you hanging. So he asked me if I could give you your first Pokemon. So I said sure. My name is Professor Manuka. Very nice to meet you. I'll be giving you your first Pokemon. I hope you've thought about which Pokemon you want, because it is a very hard choice, and usually people get very confused when they come here to get you their first Pokemon. So, before we start, any questions for me? Sure, yeah. You want me to explain to you how the process works? Okay. I'll show you the starter Pokemons. I'll tell you a little bit about them. You can select which one you want, and then I'll register you in the system, give you your Pokemon, and you'll be on your way. Okay? And then I'll give you some tips if you want them. Cool. Okay. So let's get you your first Pokemon. Times have changed. Things have evolved. So I don't need to take you to a PC where you can access all the Pokemon. This is virtual reality. This is going to teleport you to the virtual briefcase of Professor Rowan, and you can see the Pokemon, starter Pokemons there. I'll give you a little bit of a rundown on those Pokemons, and after you select your Pokemon, I'll give it to you here, okay? So just wear this, alright? Okay, can you hear me? Good. Alright, these are the 3 Pokemons in Professor Rowan's virtual briefcase. The first one we have is a Turtwig. Turtwig is a turtle Pokemon. It's a grass type, very useful in the first gym, and also very adorable looking as well. Turtwig is more of a defensive Pokemon. Torterra is a very defensive Pokemon. If you're challenging the gym, I'm not sure if you're going to be doing gyms, but if you're doing gyms, it's going to be a very great Pokemon to have for your first gym battle. Next up we have Chimchar. Chimchar is a chimp Pokemon. This is a very great offensive and speed-based Pokemon. Of course, that means that it has a very low defense stats, so it's all about attack, maximizing the damage that you do, but don't count on this Pokemon being a tank or taking hits. It's probably gonna lose, and it has a disadvantage on first gym. Next one I have is a Piplup. Piplup is a penguin Pokemon, very great for the first gym. Evolves into Empoleon, which is a lot of people's favorite water type. So it's definitely a fan favorite. A lot of people pick either Piplup or Chimchar, but very great to have on your team nonetheless. So which one do you want? Oh, you want the Turtwig. Okay. It's a very wise choice. Turtwig is not as popular, but I'm sure you are going to be happy with it. Cool. You surprised me a little bit. I really thought you were going to go for Chimchar or Piplup. It's just how life is. Don't take it personally, but I think people really prefer either Chimchar or Piplup. You have an interesting taste. I really applaud that about you. Turtwig is a great Pokemon. It's going to help you out a lot in your journey, especially the first gym. I got you your Pokemon here, and I'm just going to open this up for you. Here is your Pokemon. So I will let you enjoy getting this Pokeball, and then in the meantime I'll just go and get all the other stuff that I need to give to you for you to be on your way, okay? Alright, enjoy, okay? So, it seems Seems like you got your Pokemon. It looks like everything went smoothly. They do say that if you are getting your Pokeball and it shines really brightly, white color, any color actually, that means that that Pokemon has a very great affinity to you. Turtwigs seem to be a little bit more shy and adorable, and I think that comes from the fact that they're usually not preferred, unfortunately, over the Piplups and the Chimchars. So you have a Turtwig now. Please take good care of it. Show it lots of love and appreciation, okay? Good. If you don't mind, can you show me your Pokeball? Because there's some things I want to give to you. Okay. Very nice. So this is going to be your Pokédex. As you can probably tell, it contains information about your Pokemon Turtwig. After I scanned the Pokeball, it gave some information about Turtwig. So you can scroll to the next one. It gives you more information about how you met that Pokemon. So it was in our laboratory. Some stats for Turtwig and some more information. So this is all really great information. I hope that you use this Pokédex a lot. One request that Professor Robin did ask me that I make from you is that if you could catch a Steelix, that would be super helpful. Professor Robin thinks that there's some sort of a phenomena known as mega evolution that is specifically related to Steelix. I don't know what that is. I'm just a junior, so if you do find a Steelix, please make sure to catch it and please bring it back to us because we would really like to do that research, okay? From what I've heard, you can find them in Iron Island. I don't know if that's true or not, but Iron Island, a lot of things are made of iron. I would think Steelix would be there too. If you do find it, please catch it. Record it in the Pokédex as well, okay? So this is for you. I'll give this to you. The other thing is this. This is a journal. So this journal is going to be used for you to write down all the entries. Whatever you do in your adventure, make sure to write it down in a journal. This helps you keep track of what's going on and also, in a way, save your progress, if that makes sense, okay? Okay, very cool. So here's your diary. I'll put this here as well. Very cool. So you got your Pokeball, you got the Pokédex, you also have the journal. So come with me. Now let's go and get you registered in the Pokemon system. Yeah, we really do have to get you registered in the Pokemon system, unfortunately. These starter Pokemons are very rare, so whenever we give these out, we have to make sure we keep a record of every single one, so that we know which trainer has which starter, and just keep up with them, keep track of how they're treating their Pokemon, where they are in their journey. So, okay, so I have the PC here all ready to go. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, and I need your answers to fill out here, okay? So, can you tell me your full name? Spell it out for me, okay? Alright. Okay. How old are you? Your first starter is Turtwig. Okay, very good. And then, do you plan on evolving your Turtwig, or would you like to keep it as it is? Yeah, believe it or not, some trainers actually want to keep their starter Pokemon as it is because of, maybe they've formed an emotional connection with them. Maybe they think they look cute in their first or second evolutions. So, are you planning on evolving the Turtwig? Yes? Okay. Cool. Very nice. And then, what are your goals? So what would you like to do now that you have a Pokemon? What's your goal? Okay, you would like to go to the Pokemon League. Okay, getting gym badges. Alright. Cynthia is not easy to beat. I actually was a Pokemon trainer too at one point. I was unlucky, I didn't get a great starter Pokemon. I ended up with a Bidoof, and I trained that Bidoof so hard, and I went to the first Pokemon gym in Oreburg City, lost 20 times in a row, and on my 21st time I met Professor Roven. He was there doing some archaeological research. That's when I met him for the first time, and I saw what he was doing. It looked very fascinating to me. I asked him if I could tag along, and he said he was going to Canalave City. So I went with him to the library. I did some research, looked at some papers, and fell in love with researching. Ever since then, I've just been working as a junior to Professor Roven. So that's my story. If I could give you 2 cents of advice, since I was a Pokemon trainer just like you. Never had any gym badges, of course, but if I could give you an advice, that would be to go up north. Go north from Twin Leaf. Get to Jubilife City. In Jubilife City, you can get a Poketch app. Poketch is kind of expensive, but if you're lucky, you might be able to get it on a special promotion where they give it to you for free. It depends on your luck. It's a very handy thing to have, honestly. From Jubilife, I want you to go east. If you go east, you can get to Oreburg City. That's where the first gym is, and he's a rock type. So if you want to take him down, grass type, as you already picked, the Turtwig would be a great way of dealing with him. But please be sure to increase the depth and the width of your Pokemon. Don't just focus on one guy only, because you're not going to beat Cynthia with just a Turtwig or a Torterra. You need something more, okay? Alright. And you're gonna evolve the Turtwig, so I'm not gonna give you the Eviolite then. Eviolite is gonna increase the defenses, the sturdiness of your Pokemon, but in exchange it stops your Pokemon from evolving. But you want to evolve your Pokemon, so I'll just keep it to myself. I won't give it to you, okay? Alright, I think that about wraps up everything that I have. Do you have any questions for me? No, we don't have the Pokeballs on us, unfortunately. You'll have to go buy them from a Pokemart, probably Jubilife City. But I think you would probably find your luck there, okay? Alright, you'll meet Professor Roven on your journey sooner or later. He's everywhere, so you'll meet him somewhere down the line, and when you do, tell him I did a great job, because Professor Roven is very scary, and he's upset, and I don't want to get on his bad side, so please tell him I did a great job, even if you think I didn't. But thank you so much for coming. I was Professor Manuka. I'm sure we'll meet each other as well later down the line. Okay, you take care. Bye. Thank you so much for waiting. I hope the wait wasn't too long for you. Let's keep our voices down. If it's okay with you, I would like to whisper today. Okay? It's because there's students here, they stay here until midnight, and they take around this time at night to take an hour-long nap, and then they get back to their study. I don't want to disturb their sleep, so let's just keep it a little bit low and whisper, if that's fine. Thank you so much for understanding. If you don't mind me asking, you're here to the Pokemon Academy. What would you like to know? Oh, you're a new adventurer. So it seems like you are here from Professor Rowan's laboratory in Sandsham Town. Okay, very good. Yeah, I can answer any question. People call me Pokemon teacher, some call me doctor, some call me professor. I personally like to refer to myself as a Pokemon teacher. And the name I go by usually is Mr. Vigor. So, I'm Mr. Vigor. Very nice to meet you. And you are? Oh, what a wonderful name. Very great. Well, you need guys like me so that we can help new adventurers like yourself go on the correct path and not get lost. For example, something like this here. You can think of this as many different things. Maybe a Pokeball, maybe a Voltorb, or maybe a, electrode. But in reality, it's just a picture of Jigglypuff from top-down view. Okay? That's why you need people like me to explain the inner workings of how Pokemon battles and how Pokemon works. You would have definitely guessed it as something incorrect had I not told you this was a Jigglypuff. But with that being said, what would you like to ask me? Oh, so you would like to know more about, your team and how you should make your own Pokemon team. Okay, I can certainly do that. Can I see your Pokemon right now? Turtwig and Starly, okay. Alright, let me construct this simulation real quickly. Okay. Okay, I have the simulation here ready to go, so let's take a look at the screen now, okay? Alright. Okay, so I have your simulation all ready to go. I created the charts really quickly. We have a really great software that does that, so it's not that hard. Seems like from your Pokemon team you have a Turtwig and a Starly, right? Okay, you're off to a very good start, I would say. Turtwig, as you would know, is Grass type. Starly is a Flying and Normal type. Do you know what types are in Pokemon? Good. I'll give a quick introduction just in case. So, types refers to each Pokemon has its own type. So, you have Grass, you have Flying and Normal, and each type is either great against another, or it's not that great, it's bad against it, or it's just, whatever, normal. So, what you would like to do is you would like to have Pokemon that carry all the different types, but you can only have 6 Pokemon at one time, so it's a little bit of a dilemma. So you have to be very smart. Right now, you have a Turtwig which is Grass type. He's really great against Water type, Rock type, Ground type. Since he's really good against these Pokemon, you can say that these are the 3 types that this Turtwig is gonna cover in battles for you. Let's look at the Starly now. Starly is Flying and Normal. So Starly is really great against Fighting type Pokemon, Bug type Pokemon, Grass type Pokemon. Very good, so it seems like these 2 Pokemon cover 6 different types that they're great against. Now a question comes up is, what are they bad against? That's a great question to ask. Here I have Turtwig again. Turtwig is really bad against Bug type, Fire type, Flying type, Ice type, Poison type. And then similarly, Starly is bad against Ice type, Rock type, Electric type. These are all the different types that your Pokemon are weak against. One thing that you'll notice is they're both weak against ice. So he's weak against ice. He's also weak against ice. If you get to face a Pokemon that is Ice type, you're gonna have a really hard time defeating that Pokemon. So for that reason, it's really important that the other 4 Pokemon that you select cover for your weaknesses. One thing I'll tell you is, you definitely want to have a Dragon type on your team. If you can get a Dragon type, that would be ideal. It's because Dragon type is only weak against Dragon, and it's also weak against Fairy types, but there's not that many Fairy types in our regions, So you should be fine. The only thing that can be effective against Dragon is Dragon itself. So it's a really strong type to have, and actually, based on the research we've done into the legendary Pokemon, the findings that came out, I read the papers and can Left library, Palkia, Dialga, and there's rumors to be a third Pokemon. All three of those Pokemon are rumored to have part Dragon type, so you can tell how strong Dragon type Pokemon would be. Yeah, the guy who found out about this was Professor Manuka. I think he works with Rowan now, so... Oh, you've met him. Okay. He gave you your Pokeball. That guy always, when you select a Turtwig, he'll always tell you it's not a popular choice, and that can put a little bit of doubt in your heart if you made the right choice or not, but trust me, he always says that, but he forgets to tell you how strong Torterra is. It's just not a popular choice, but that doesn't mean it's a bad Pokemon. It's a very great Pokemon to have. But he always skips that part and only says that it's not a popular choice. So that's just part of his habit. But what I would recommend to you is you catch a Fire-type Pokemon as soon as you can. Fire-type is going to make sure that you can take out any Ice-type Pokemon. That seems to be a common weakness for these two Pokemon. Now, unfortunately, in our Sinnoh region, we don't have that many great Fire-type options. So, Chimchar, you didn't get a Chimchar. So your other option can be a Bonita, so you can get a Rapidash, maybe. Other than that, I can't even think of another Pokemon that you can get here that is a great Fire-type that you can have. Maybe if you're lucky, you can find someone from the other regions. And, maybe get a Camerupt. Maybe you can get a, who knows, like Slugma, maybe. So, that's something for you to see and see which Pokemon you feel more comfortable with a Fire type, but I would highly recommend that. So this is why it's so important to have a great, depth of different types in your Pokemon. But one more thing that's really important to have is to have your Pokemon have different movesets as well. And what do I mean by that? Well, let me try and explain to you. See, what I have right here is Torterra. So one great thing about Turtwig is that when it evolves, it becomes ground type as well. So you have a grass type and a ground type, and that's wonderful, because that gives you more coverage and you don't have to look for a ground type specifically. Now my question to you is very simple. Do you plan on evolving your Turtwig? Yes? Great. I've met trainers that don't want to evolve their Pokemon, and usually if you are hesitant to evolve your Pokemon, I don't know how, but the Pokemon are very smart. They catch on to the fact that you don't want them to evolve, so they don't evolve. They stop their evolution midway, so it's great you want to evolve your Turtwig. No judgments here. So, this guy is gonna be part ground type, part grass. Now, I'm gonna give you two different movesets that this Pokemon can have. One of them being these four. Wood Hammer, Razor Leaf, Giga Drain, Lead Seed. Now, if you notice, the common trend in all these moves is that they're all grass type. Of course, Foot Hammer is a great move. Of course, Lead Seed is a great move. Razor Leaf is a great move. Giga Drain is awesome. You can use Foot Hammer and then use Giga Drain to heal back up. That's all wonderful. But imagine you're fighting a gym that's fire type, and although you don't want to be in that position, sometimes, Pokemon battles are so volatile, anything can happen. But if you end up facing a gym leader who has a fire type, you're stuck. If you have this moveset, you're stuck. What would be better if you have more depth in your coverage of Pokemon moves as well? Let's look at this one right here. You have Foot Hammer, you have Giga Drain, you have Earthquake, you have Crunch. Now, if you're facing a water-type Pokemon, you would use Foot Hammer and Giga Drain. That's perfect. Suppose you face a fire-type, for example, something like Infernape. You can just use Earthquake, because ground-type is super effective against fire-type, so that would be a great alternative and gives you some playability. You you can play around this idea a little bit. If you go with the first one, you're just completely screwed. There's no option for you to try and get that W win, of course. Another thing you can also do is give it even more, different breadth of types. Another thing you can teach it is Crunch. Crunch is a dark type move, which is super good. And at the same time, it's going to give you even more options to deal with different Pokemon. Now, of course, having a dark type move is not going to be super effective against a type that would be super effective against Torterra. But it gives you more playability. You have more space to maneuver and strategize. And that's what you would like to do. You would like to have not only, strong moves, but also a wide variety of strong moves of different types. So that's what I would recommend to you as a trainer who's starting out. Please make sure to not only concentrate on the type your Pokemon is, but try to add a little bit more depth to the moves your Pokemons learn. For example, something like Infernape. Infernape can learn Grass Knot, which is a grass type move. Surprisingly, Infernape can learn it. If you teach Grass Knot to your Pokemon, and you're up against a water type, you can just use Grass Knot, and that should take care of it. Similarly, Thunder Punch. Infernape can learn Thunder Punch as well, and that's a great way of dealing with water types, and flying types as well. In case you face a flying type, that's also super effective against an Infernape who's part fighting. Just use a Thunder Punch, so you have some playability, and that's my point. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Wonderful. It seems you are a great listener. It seems like everything I'm saying is getting across to you very nicely. That makes me very happy. Okay, so I've explained to you how to structure your team and how to structure your movesets of Pokemon. Is there something else you would like to ask me? I had a feeling you were going to ask me that, and as much as I would like to help you, I just can't answer that question because it's against the rules for me to help trainers. But I can give you a little bit of tip, and don't tell anyone I gave you this tip, okay? The first gym is a rock type gym. If you are smart, you can figure out what you have to do by just looking at this graph one more time. And even if you're not able to make that connection, I will help you out. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I think you should be able to make that connection of what I'm trying to say here. Look, Turtwig is a great choice to start with, and you'll find as you go along in your journey that Turtwig is actually a very good starter Pokemon for the first few gyms. I'm trying to be ambiguous and not give you direct advice, but you'll notice that it's a great Pokemon to start with. Of course, a lot of people prefer the fire type Chimchar, but ask yourself, Chimchar is a fire type. Fire type, right? Fire type is not great against rock types. So, unless you manage to evolve your Chimchar before you get to the first gym, and your Chimchar turns into Monferno and can use some fighting type moves, you really don't have any chance of beating that gym. And let's be honest, who's gonna be able to evolve their Chimchar into Monferno before the first gym? This isn't a video game, right? So, I don't think it's very possible. Trainers, when they start off, are very naive. I don't think they're going to be able to evolve their Chimchar into Monferno. So, your best bet is usually to go with a Piplup or a Turtwig. So, I think you'll be okay. I believe in your abilities. The first gym is in Oreburgh City, so if you leave Jubilife City, go east. If you keep going east, you'll have to go through a cave, and at the end of that cave, you'll be at Oreburgh City. They do a lot of interesting stuff like old Pokemon artifacts as well, so it might be interesting. You might get to see some old Pokemon fossils as well, so keep a lookout for that. But is there anything else you'd like to ask? trainers come in, they start off their journey, and then they are just walking around, asking questions from people. This is the best part of your Pokemon journey. Always that possibility for you to learn something new, and it seems like you're fully taking advantage of it, and that's wonderful. Yeah. So you mentioned that Professor Manuka is the guy who gave you your first Pokemon, right? Yeah, Manuka is an interesting guy. I'm surprised he was the one who gave you your first Pokemon. Usually it's Rowan who does it. Oh, okay. I haven't seen Rowan personally. I don't think he's in Triple Life City. I don't know what he's doing, but you'll find him along your journey sooner or later. I'm sure of that. But Manuka is a great guy, and a lot of people call me the Pokemon Professor, but he's the real one. He's the real Pokemon Professor. I'm just a sign of respect. The students used to call me Professor, but I'm just a teacher. But is that all? I was going on a little bit of a yapping session there, but I hope you feel much better equipped with the Pokemon knowledge, and at the same time you feel much better equipped with fighting the first gym as well. Wonderful. Thank you for cooperating with me by whispering. I didn't want to wake up the students, and at the same time, thank you so much. If you ever have any other questions, feel free to come back, okay? Alright, you take care. Bye. Yep, that's exactly right. Don't mind me asking, but you said this is your first time at the Pokemart. If that's the case, how do you have that Starly? Where did you get the Pokeball from to catch that Starly? You found it on the ground and just decided to use it? Usually if I find something, I put it on the Lost and Found, which is at the Pokemon Center. But I guess that's another course of action you can take. No, that's okay. That's okay. I would be actually concerned if you started entering people's houses without their permission and taking whatever was on the ground, but I'm sure you're not doing that. So that's okay. Not a problem at all. So before we start our transaction today, if you don't mind me asking, how many gym badges do you have? 0? Oh, you gotta start somewhere, and there is a gym here, so you're gonna have a really good time. Challenging the first gym leader, getting your first gym badge. But that does mean something like a great ball I cannot sell to you. That's just the rules. You can only get a great ball if you have 2 gym badges. Otherwise we don't sell it. That's just to make sure you are safe, and then everybody else around you is safe as well. You see, Pokemon respect trainers based on their gym badges, and since you don't have enough, this great ball might allow you to catch Pokemon that you are not ready to keep. As a result, it can be a danger to yourself and others around you, so that's why we kind of have this rule where we just don't sell these, okay? So this is off the table for now. But with that being said, let's start our transaction. All these other things, they're for sale, so what would you like? Potion. I'm not sure if you've used potions so far. Have you? No? Okay. How have you been healing your Pokemon so far? You've been going to Pokemon centers, yeah. See, that makes perfect sense. Potion is a great thing to have in cases like these. For example, think of a situation where maybe you're going from Jubilife City to Oreburgh City, and your Pokemon are too low health, so you can't go back because there's wild Pokemon there. You can't go forward either because there's maybe trainers forward. What would you do in that situation? You just lose your Pokemon and put yourself in danger. So to combat that, we have Potion. Potion is a great thing to have in those situations, but also I would say potion is a great thing to have when you're challenging gym leaders as well. What do I mean by that? Well, suppose you're using your Pokemon in a gym battle and you really don't want that Pokemon to faint. You can just use potion. It's gonna recover 20 health points so that your Pokemon can continue fighting without having to worry about fainting. It's a great thing to have. I would say you should keep many potions. The most important thing you should have is potion. So with that in mind, do you want to have some? Yeah, our representative, I'll tell them at the end what you want. They're just going to bring everything over. These are just display items. Yeah. Usually it is translucent. This one is a see-through. Usually they're not, but it is translucent fluid. Okay, you'd like to have 5. Yeah, we can do that. No problem. Next up we have Repel. This is a great thing to have. Remember, the scenario in which you have to face wild Pokemon, but your Pokemon are maybe, worn out. You're not in a position to fight, or maybe you're just tired. The Pokemon are too weak. The battles are not worth it for you. You can put Repel on yourself. What that'll do is every Pokemon that is equal level as the strongest Pokemon on your team, they're not going to mess with you. Sometimes Pokemon that are stronger than your Pokemon in the wild, they're still going to challenge you because they understand that they're more of a threat. So they're still going to challenge you, but the ones equal or weaker, they're not going to challenge you. It's a great thing to have, especially when you're exploring different areas, exploring somewhere new. I would suggest keeping this, very seriously. I would consider it. Would you like to have one? No? Okay. It is a little bit pricey, and I think you're at that point in your adventure where you do want to face Pokemon, wild Pokemon, so that makes perfect sense to me. Okay, next up we have a Pokeball. As I told you, I can't give you the Great Ball. Looks like you've already found a Pokeball to catch the Starly. What about this? Do you think you need more Pokeballs, or you're good? Just 2 for good measures? Okay, yeah, we can do it for sure. One thing about the Pokeball is each Pokeball has its own efficiency rate. So the Pokeball is the most standard one. As you go up and farther, there's a Great Ball that I just declined to sell to you right now. There's also another one called the Ultra Ball, which is the highest quality of Pokeball you can use. There's other Pokeballs as well, and they have their own unique use cases and purposes. Once you go on your adventure, go to different Pokemarts, you might see different Pokeballs that are being sold there. Right now, you're starting out, you have no badges. Pokeball is the only thing you need right now, which is why that's the only thing I'm selling to you. So 2 of these, right? Okay. There we go. Well, this right here is a technical machine. Do you know what a technical machine is? No? Well, technical machines, they're like a CD, and what you do is you put that CD on top of a Pokemon's head. Once you put it on top of their head, they can learn the move that is stored away in the CD. That's pretty much how the technical machine works. Now, there's a condition that is associated with that. The condition is that you have to teach a move compatible to the Pokemon, right? This one is Rock Smash. Rock Smash is really great to have. You can smash rocks that you see outside as well in the normal terrain. One thing I would say though is this is a great move to use on the first gym as well, because this is a fighting type move. The first gym is rock type. However, you can't use this move in normal outside of battles in the normal terrain in Sinnoh. And that's because if everybody had Rock Smash and they started smashing all the rocks in Sinnoh, it would really ruin the landscape of this place. So the rule is that you can only use this after you beat the first gym. Now, it doesn't matter who your first gym is. In your case, it might be the first gym is the Oreburg City gym. But after you beat them, they give you the authorization to start using this move outside of battles. You've demonstrated that you are strong enough and also sound enough to use this move very carefully and also making sure that you don't overdo it. So, keeping all of that information in mind, do you want to purchase this technical machine? Yeah, I can give you a demo on how it works. Give me just a second. See, I pull out the CD. Here I have the CD, which is the technical machine. Now, what I'm going to do is, this is going to be the next thing I'm going to sell to you. Here I have a Pikachu, a plush Pikachu, a Pokédoll, but if you have a real Pokemon, what you can do is you can take this, just put it right next to their head, like this. And if the Pokemon is compatible, they'll learn the move. If they're not compatible, nothing's gonna happen. If this was a real Pikachu, it wouldn't be able to learn this move because Rock Smash is not compatible with that Pikachu. But you said you have a Turtwig, right? My recommendation would be teach this move to the Turtwig. The Turtwig can learn it, and that's all you have to do. I would actually highly recommend that you purchase this because you might get stuck in the future if you're going forward with this. So you want this, right? Good, very good. All right, let me just put this back in. Very good. And since we're on that topic, let me just show you the very last thing as well. This right here, this is a Pokédoll. How does this work, you might be wondering? Well, if you're in a battle and you're in a situation where you can't run away from a Pokemon, or you're in a situation where the Pokemon you're facing is way stronger than what your Pokemon are, just use this. How you use this is when you're facing the Pokemon on your turn, when it's your turn, just do this. And just run for it. Because the Pokemon will be distracted. Take it out, just throw it and run away. The Pokemon's going to be distracted. They won't know what hit them. Trust me. It sounds really goofy, but it works. 50% of the time, it works 100% of the time. I'm just kidding. It works all the time. This is a fail-proof technique. If you make a big mistake sometime, you go to a place where you should not be, and the Pokemon are too strong, just use this, and you can just run away. Okay? Great. So do you want this? Not yet. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Not a problem. If you get in that situation where you're in, facing a Pokemon that's really strong, you might miss not buying this, but I think you seem like a pretty smart individual, so just don't get yourself in that position, okay? Cool. I think that just about wraps up everything I have here. You bought 5 potions, 2 Pokeballs. I'll transfer the order over to that place. One final thing, and this might actually be interesting to you, is do you want this? This is a cap. You might have noticed that there are trainers here, especially hikers, that use this cap. They have their own version of the caps that they use on their head. It's usually a brown cap. This is a pretty interesting hat. You might want to use this. This is specific to Oreburg City. This is a cultural significant cap. The gym leader, he definitely wears this. And if you're going to challenge him, you might see him wearing this. Just as a small, gesture of supporting the Oreburg City's history and culture. You're going to see this cap a lot if you go into the outskirts of Oreburg City, into the mountains area of Oreburg City. You might notice there's a big patch of grass there, and it's a bit of a rocky area. A lot of hikers and people come there to do hikings and just to scape out the landscape, because that's a pretty famous spot in Oreburg City. They're usually wearing this cap, and If you go there during daytime, you might be able to map out the landscape a lot better, but this cap, you'll see it a lot. People there are wearing this cap most of the times. So would you like to have this? A lot of people buy this as a souvenir. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Usually when trainers are starting out, they don't have a lot of spare cash on them to purchase things outside of what's necessary, so that's totally okay. But I had to present this to you because it is, as I said, very important to Warburg City's history. Well, I think that just about wraps it up. I'm going to pass your order over. If you want some tips from me, what I'll tell you is one small thing. I don't think you're going to find the gym leader at his gym. He's usually never there. During the daytime, he's sleeping. At the nighttime, he goes to the mines. So the Warburg City mines, that's where he goes to. And usually that's where, he's just doing his digging. So your best chance would be to go there and challenge him, because he just does the gym battle over there in the cave. So you'll be okay. Alright? Okay, that sounds great. So thank you very much for coming in, and good luck in your gym battle. I think you got this. You have a great team on your hand. And I don't know much about battling, but I feel very confident that you are going to be able to win it. Bye. Hey, can you get 5 potions and 2 Pokeballs for this guy? Thanks. Thank you so much. Oh, you scared me there. Just snuck up on me. So, do you have any business with me? Oh, yeah. I am the rock type gym leader, or rock. As you can see, this right here is the gym badge for Warburg City. There's your proof that I am the rock type gym leader. My name is a rock. Yeah. What kind of rock? No. My name isn't a rock, it's a rock. A-R-A-A-K. Well, we're off to a rocky start, but I think I can salvage this conversation. Are you interested in what I was doing here? Yes? Okay, good. I was actually looking at this cement wall to see how well it was built. You see, in the Warburg mines, every gym leader, they have to organize and manage the Warburg mines, and we excavate out a lot of different things that belong to ancient Warburg City's history. So in one of our excavations, we found something, but we dug a little bit too deep into the cave wall, because of which we had to create the cement wall to support the cave structure. Yeah, there was a real fear that the cave would collapse on itself because we dug a little bit too deep. But it was all worth it. I'll show you the artifact that we found in a little bit. Yeah. But as part of the gym leader of Warburg City, these dangers, we have to undertake them. The previous gym leader, the gym leader before that, all of them had to undertake this. It's actually a part of the contract. When you do become the gym leader of Warburg City, you have to accept that you're going to be taking part in the Warburg mines and going to be the administrator of these mines. By that, do you know the previous gym leader of Warburg City? No? Well, I have his card right here. He left me this card before he left. He said it was a kind of a business card, but every gym leader has their own card that they give out, and this was his card. I think you maybe have seen him on the news or somewhere, but that used to be the previous gym leader, Roark, but it's me now for the past 3 years. What was I digging up in here? Oh, I was digging this up. This very beautiful cat. I don't know how it's related to Warburg City's history, but we're gonna send it over to the Warburg Museum. Have you been to the Warburg City Museum? No, not yet. Okay, I would highly recommend you go there, because everything we find in these Warburg mines, we send all of that over to the museum. This is gonna go there too, where the archaeologists are gonna figure out what the history of this thing is. Our job is mainly to just dig these things out, so that's what I did. But I think you're not that interested in this stuff. I think you're more interested in the gym battle, right? Yeah, well, if you don't mind me asking, how many gym badges do you have? 0? Okay, well, pardon me for being a little bit frustrated, but I've been having way too many trainers coming in these past couple of weeks because Rowan and Manuka, those two scientists, I figured out their name from a friend of mine. They opened up their lab in Sanjam Town, and ever since then, unprepared trainers just get their first Pokemon in Sanjam Town, run all the way to Oreburgh City, and then challenge me for a battle. No idea on how battles work, how typings work, and they think they can beat me, and it's honestly very frustrating. It's like they're taking me for granted. But anyways, I'm sure you're probably far more prepared. Did you get a chance to go to the Pokemon school in Jubilife City? You did. Okay, that's good. That might have prepared you, but I'll have to see your actual strength in battle. Yeah, remember, what you're fighting for is right here. This gym badge right here. And if you manage to beat me, you're gonna get this, but it's not gonna be that easy to defeat me. I'm just gonna tell that to you right now. We do have different teams. All the gym leaders have different teams. So depending on how many badges the challenger has, we use different teams. In your case, I'm gonna use the most basic team that I have, since you have no gym badges. That way the fight is fair, and you can take on any gym leader you want. But enough talking. I think it's time we duel it out. So, as the gym leader of Oreburgh City, I would like to see what kind of trainer you are and what kind of trainer you're becoming. Yeah, I gladly accept your Pokemon battle challenge. Go, Geodude. I'm gonna rock your world. Geodude, use Stealth Rock. Go, Granados. Alright, you forced my hand. This is my ace Pokemon. From the Oreburgh mines themselves, I got the fossil. Granados, I want you to use Leer and then follow that up with a headbutt. I'm gonna set you up, and you're not even gonna know what hit you. Great job, Granados. Granados, dodge this. No. That's not good. How could I lose that? That's crazy. As much as I would hate to admit this, I think you won fair and square. No, I really mean it. I was noticing the little things that you were doing. More importantly, when I started off with the Geodude, I noticed you had the Starly out, and I thought you were just like all the other trainers that I was talking about, unprepared. But then, after I used Stealth Rock, I was going to follow that up with the Toxic Spikes, but you switched out for the Turtwig just in time, so the Toxic Spikes didn't go off. If the Toxic Spikes went off on Turtwig and it was poisoned, I would have been able to drag out the battle long enough for the Turtwig to faint. But it didn't happen, and you prevented that, so great job. I noticed it in another place as well. When I had the Granados out, I used Leer because I didn't want you to use any potions. I was just gonna headbutt you next turn and take care of the Turtwig. But you caught on to that as well, and you immediately just used Razor Leaf. Did not drag out the battle in any way. So great job. I think you did everything perfectly. You outclassed me in every aspect. And as the gym leader of Oreburgh City, it is my honor to present you with this badge, your first gym badge. Congratulations. Well, outside of that, there are other presents as well that I would like to give to you. One of those presents is actually this, right here. This Roar card that I just showed you. Every gym leader that you're gonna face, they're gonna have their own favorite card. And usually as a memorabilia, what we do is we give out these favorite cards to the trainers that beat us. You were the first trainer in a whole week that beat me, so congratulations. You're gonna get to keep this because, let's be honest, I have no use of this, and Roar gave me 100 of these cards. I don't know why, but 3 years ago when he left, he gave me 100 of these, and I still have like 64 of them remaining. So there you go. This is also for you to keep. And then there is one more thing that I would like to give to you, and that is this. This right here is the hidden machine move called as cut. Do you know what cut does? No? Okay. Let me explain to you. When you use cut, you can break down or cut any tree in the normal Sinnoh terrain. It's very good if you're trying to find your path. I know so many trainers that lost their path and without cut. Sometimes you just have to cut down a tree to make a way for yourself forward, so this is a great thing to have. Now, one thing to note is that conventionally what used to be the way was that you could get access to different HMs outside of battle, depending on how many gym badges you had. Now you can use all the HMs after beating any gym leader. So all you need is one gym badge. Doesn't matter who you beat, you can use all the HMs. Got it? So you can use this from now on. Here you go. But I would say, I think right now, neither Turtwig nor Starly can learn cut. So you maybe can catch a Bidoof. Bidoof is the most common Pokemon in Sinnoh and the most popular one. Maybe you can use a Bidoof. Or what you can do is go back to Jubilife City and try to get yourself a Poketch, because I notice you don't have one. If you have a Poketch, you can use these hidden machine moves without actually having a Pokemon that can use this move. Yeah, go around to the Poketch Tower. Maybe, they're kind enough to give you a free promotional one. But it all depends on your luck. And since we're talking about where you should go next, I think it makes the most sense for you to go back to Jubilife and then go up north. You're gonna pass through Eterna Forest to Eterna City. And I think that makes the most sense for you to do. If you go up north to Oreburgh City, you might notice that there's a really big uphill steep slope, and it's very hard to get up there even with a bike. Only the experts can do it, but I wouldn't recommend that. You don't have a bike anyways. Just go back to Jubilife City, get yourself a Poketch, and then go up north. Okay? Cool. Eterna City? Yeah, Eterna City is a pretty great place, honestly. It's very well protected, but Eterna Forest, I would say be very careful. Eterna Forest, I don't know what it is about it, but it invites all the unsavory folks, so you have to be very careful there. Don't linger around too long, and if you can find a travel buddy, then feel free to go along with a travel buddy, okay? Awesome, that sounds good. I think that just about wraps up everything. One final thing I would say is that Turtwig is special. I notice how that Turtwig, the Pokeball is radiating a light. If you notice my Pokeball, this is my Cranidos. Nothing. There's no light. And it seems like that Turtwig has a special bond with you, and that's why that light is coming out. Either way, what I would say is take care of that Turtwig. It seems like a really great Pokemon, and it has a great bond with you. Alright? If you'd like to stay here, I can tell you more about how this whole stuff works with the Oreburgh mines. I know you're not interested and you have to be on your way. I was just messing with you. But I think this just about wraps up everything. I just have to send this back to the Oreburgh Museum. Do stop by the Oreburgh Museum if you would like and see all the amazing things. Okay, thank you very much. And also, congratulations one more time. Alright, take care. Bye. Good wall, I have to say. Very good. Welcome to the Poketch shop. What can I do for you? You'd like to buy a Poketch? Yeah, we can do that, no problem at all. That should be 500,000 Poké Dollars. Looks like you don't have any cash on you. Oh, you have another wallet. Okay, I see. I think you are a little bit short of the $500,000. Don't be sad, come on. Life is all about facing difficulties with a smile. Just 2 years ago, I used to work in the streets of Jubilife City dressed as a clown, giving out promotional codes for the Poketch. Wait, promotion? Oh yeah, we are running a promotion. All you have to do is be a Pokemon trainer with a Pokédex. Are you a Pokemon trainer? You have a Pokédex? Perfect. Then that means you qualify for our promotion. All we'll do is take your Pokédex, install the Poketch software on it, and your Pokédex is just going to turn into a 2-in-1 thing. It's going to be a Pokédex and also a Poketch. But to do that, I have to ask you some quiz questions first. If you get all 7 of those questions right, you get a free Poketch. Alright, let me ask you some demographic questions and then we can start. So, what is your name? Okay. What is your age? Alright, and then also finally, what is the one thing in the Poketch that has compelled you to seek it out? The hidden machine using? Okay, I see. That makes perfect sense. Okay, that should be all with the demographic questions. Now we're gonna move over to the quiz questions. Okay, we are into the quiz questions now. I'm gonna ask you a question. You have to get all 7 of those questions right, okay? First question is, along with the Pokemon themselves, each Pokemon move also contains a type. Is that a true statement or a false statement? True. Great. You look very confident. I think you're gonna be just fine. Okay, what about the next question? What are the maximum number of types that a Pokemon can have? 1 or 2. Perfect. I was looking for the 2, but you clarified it beyond what I was looking for. Perfect. That's awesome. Now we're gonna get into a little bit of a harder question. How many weaknesses do flying types have? Yeah. Think back. Think about it. Yeah, electric is one of them. That's 1. Ice, yeah, that's correct. Rock, yep, perfect. Is there anything else that you can think of? No, I was just trying to trick you. Those are the 3 weaknesses of flying type. Great job. What about next one? Can you tell me what this item is? Alright, have you seen this item before? Not in person, but you've seen images of it. Okay, so what is it called? Leftovers, perfect. And do you know what it does? Yep, absolutely. Heals your Pokemon after every move. Great. Can you also tell me what an Everstone is? Yep. Stops the evolution of Pokemon if they're holding it. Perfect, you're breezing through it. We're through 5 questions already. Down to the very last 2 questions, and then after that, you can have the Poketch. Excited? Okay, let's get into the next one. Oh, and this one is a hard one. All Pokemon moves have 1 type only. True or false? Looks like you're kind of thinking about it. You're not sure? It's kind of a trick question. Maybe it's just testing to make sure you know everything. Just a sanity check question, maybe. No. And why do you say no? Just guessing? Well, my job is not to check your understanding, it's just to get the right answer, and you are correct. And since you guessed, I'll tell you, there is a move called the Flying Press, learned by Hawlucha. It's a fighting and a flying type move. Hawlucha is not common to the Sinnoh region, so this was kind of a difficult question. I think the boss is getting a little bit stingy with the promotions, to be honest, but you got it right on the 50-50. So congratulations. And last question. This should be easy. Can you tell me what Pokage is a short form of? Pokemon Watch. Yay, perfect. Awesome. Congratulations, you got everything right. That means that I can install the Pocket software onto your Pokédex. Okay, if you don't mind, can I have your Pokédex? Okay. Thank you. Let me just install the software on this really quickly. It's not a difficult task. Usually we used to use wires for this, but now we can just do it through the Wi-Fi. Okay, there we go. It's all ready and good to go. So here I have your Pokédex. When you open it up, it's gonna give you two options from now on, Pokédex or Pokage. Go select Pokage, you're gonna see this. Hit this red button right here, and it's gonna go through all the functions of the Pokage. Now, of course, what you are interested in is right here. The hidden move user. So now you can use all the hidden moves that you have using the wild Pokemons around you. You don't have to teach your Pokemon these moves, okay? Cool. Here you go. Here's your Pokédex back. Thank you for giving that to me. Cool. So where are you headed from here? You're headed to Eterna City. I see. Cool. I think it should be fine, although I would recommend having a partner going through the Eterna Forest. It's not very safe, and it's also a place where even the strongest trainers have a hard time going through, so I would say if you find someone that wants to tag along, go for it. Okay? Is there anything else I can do for you? No? That's it? Okay, good. Well, good luck on your adventure forward, and if you ever have any issues with the Poketch, come back to Jubilife City, ask for me, and I will be able to help you with any issues you're having, okay? Alright, and keep your chin up. You only have 50 Pokédollars right now, but you're gonna be very rich one day if you keep winning battles. Alright, cool. Alright, you take care. Bye. Excuse me. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I overheard your conversation. You said you were going to Eterna City. That means you must be going through Eterna Forest as well, right? Okay, I've been stuck here in Jubilife City for a week, trying to find a travel buddy to go with. If it's fine by you, I would like to tag along with you while you go to Eterna City. I'll heal up your Pokemon. I'm a great healer. Yes? Yes! Good. Very good. Meet me by the entrance of Eterna Forest. I'm going first, so join me whenever you're ready, okay? Alright, I'll see you there then. You're finally here. I was waiting for you by the entrance of Eterna Forest the whole day, and ultimately when the sun went down, I decided to take some rest here in this resting spot. I got the fire up and running. It is getting a little bit cold here. But yeah, do you only travel at nights? What's going on? Well, regardless of what your reasons are, we can't go through this forest because of human threats and then also supernatural threats. There's the old chateau at the end of this forest, and although people have never seen anything scary there, they have encountered paranormal experiences like doors closing by themselves, closets opening by itself. So I'm just not going to take any chances. I'm very scared of ghosts, so let's just rest here for tonight, and then tomorrow morning let's both go through the forest. Is that okay? Wonderful, wonderful, awesome. What was I doing? Well, actually, I was not in Jubilife City to begin with. I was only in Jubilife City because I thought I could get a travel buddy by going back to Jubilife City, which I was right about. You see, I was actually in Florima Town. I was conducting a 10-day seminar on botany and grass type Pokemon more specifically. I attended a few sessions. I also hosted one or two, but I have to leave halfway through. It's only halfway done, but I have to go back to Whalestone City, which is where I'm from. I need to take care of certain things, so that's kind of what my repertoire is. I'm interested in botany and grass type Pokemon. Yeah, look at the sky through the window. It's so beautiful outside, right? Yeah, there's actually an ancient Sinnoh folklore that says that whenever the legendary time Pokemon, Dialga, is traversing through our atmosphere, it roars, and when it roars, it leaves behind these beautiful lights in the sky. These, because of that, they were ended up being coined as the Aurora lights, taking from the word roar from Dialga, the Aurora lights. What a wonderful story, but it is a story after all. We don't know if it's true or not, but it is nice to think that maybe Dialga is out there somewhere, just going across our atmosphere. Pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah, well, you being late ended up being beneficial for us in this way, right? You got to see these wonderful lights. But enough about the sky. I would like to ask about you. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself? I was eavesdropping a little bit on your conversation at the Poketch Tower, and it seems like you're a Pokemon trainer, right? So how many gym badges do you have? Ah, you have one already from the Rock type gym. That's amazing. And I'm assuming since you have the Rock type gym, you must be pretty strong, right? You must have a pretty good team on your hands. What is your team? You have a Turtwig and a Staravia. And what else? Oh, that's it? Wait, that's not enough. Surely a trainer who's going for the second gym should have more Pokemon. Oh, you don't know how to catch Pokemon. That's a little bit of a trouble, but you have a Staravia, right? You probably caught that one. How did you catch it? You just threw a Pokeball first turn and it worked? Okay, I think the Starly probably took pity on you and just got caught on purpose. I can teach you how to catch Pokemon if you want. Yes? Okay, I may not be a trainer, but I do know how to catch Pokemon, so I'm gonna go to Eterna Forest, follow me there, and then let's walk into the patch of grass and I can teach you how you can catch a Pokemon. Is that fine? Yes? Okay, wonderful. I'm going on ahead. You should warm up by this fire a little bit, and then when you're done, just come on to the Eterna Forest, okay? We're not going that far, so just by the entrance. Alright, see you there. Hey, I'm in that patch of grass to your right. Come on over, I'm waiting for you. Finally, we got a battle. Have you done a double battle before? No? Well, it's pretty simple. Pretty much you can attack any Pokemon in this battle, okay? So go ahead and try that. Try attacking any Pokemon in this battle. No, don't attack me. Don't take me so literally. Let me heal us up first. Look, you should try attacking the Pokemon you don't want. Because if there's two Pokemon in the battlefield and you throw a Pokeball, the other Pokemon is just gonna save the one you're throwing the Pokeball at, so you should take out the one you don't want. You don't want the Wurmple. Okay, then just take out the Wurmple, okay? Now try it again. Try attacking the Wurmple. Alright, that's interesting. These string shots are getting a little bit too annoying to me, honestly. Way too many string shots. Our speed is really reduced. But anyways, take out the Wurmple right now. Wonderful. You were able to execute that perfectly. So now we can catch the Buneri. What you should try to do now is reduce its HP. And for that, use a move that doesn't do too much damage. So maybe like a tackle. So go with the tackle, I'll use a disarming voice and then we can catch it. No, 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 don't throw the Pokeball yet. Alright, let's see. 1, 2. See, you should reduce its HP first, but we've run into a little bit of a difficulty because I used disarming voice as we planned. If you use a tackle now, I think you're gonna faint the Buneri, so just throw a Pokeball. That's the best bet we have. Alright, fingers crossed. 1, 2, 3. Yes! Wonderful. See, when you reduce the Pokemon's HP, they become much easier to catch, and that's why you should not have thrown the first Pokeball. But anyways, congratulations, this Pokemon is a normal type, so I think it goes well with your team as well. But Buneri is still an easier catch. Once you go on ahead to more difficult Pokemon, you should really remember the rule of lowering a Pokemon's HP, alright? Wonderful. I'm gonna be going back to the rest house now. After you're done with nicknaming your Pokemon, come back to the rest house. Let's have a conversation. And of course, we have to travel together in the morning too. Alright, I'm leaving. See you back at the rest house. You're back. Okay, what do you think? Do you like the Buneri, and did you like my tutorial? Yes? Great. Well, I'll tell you a few things. First of all, the Buneri, we got it down almost to half health, but not really. My recommendation is that whenever you are catching Pokemon, you should try to get them as low as possible health-wise and then throw the Pokeball. The issue was that your Pokemon would do more damage than the health of the Buneri, so you wouldn't be able to catch it. So I just told you throw Pokeballs and I'll keep using my attack to lower it more and more. There's also another thing as well, which is status effects. So, paralyze, sleep, frozen. All these things are great, and they increase the odds of you catching a Pokemon. Now, of course, you don't want to use poison, because if you poison a Pokemon, you have a certain limit of turns that you can use in the Pokeball. Otherwise, if you can't catch it in a set number of turns, every turn that Pokemon is going to be losing health. And when it loses health, you are kind of putting yourself into a corner, because now you have to catch it in a certain amount of turns. So don't use poison, use all the other status effects, and you're going to be able to catch it even better. I hope this was great, because, just 2 Pokemon into the second gym, I don't think it's that good. Yeah. Wait, really? So that explains everything. I was kind of surprised, I was thinking when I was going to Eternal Forest on how you only had 50 Poké-Dollars in the Poké shop, and you're a Pokemon trainer who just beat the first gym leader. I was a little bit confused by that, but that makes sense. So you've just been buying Pokeballs and just throwing it at wild Pokemon in hopes of catching something. That's ridiculous, but it is funny at the same time. But I mean, it makes sense. If you don't know how to catch it, then you just don't know how to catch it, right? But Buneri is still a relatively easy catch. More Pokemon in the future are gonna be harder for you to catch. Yep, that's exactly right, yeah. Well, I think that was good enough for now. The fire is just starting to go out in the fireplace, and I think I'm starting to feel a little bit sleepy as well. That adventure actually took out the very last of my energy, so I think it's high time we both go to bed, and then in the morning we gotta go and traverse the Eterna Forest, and then we'll be at Eterna City. Alright, have a good night, bye. How did you get in here? This place is covered with vegetation and trees. Oh, you use cut. That makes sense. I thought you were a Pokemon officer and got me scared for a second. I am trespassing after all. And you are as well. But what business do you have in this dilapidated building? It's been abandoned many, many years ago now. You're just exploring. That's a very odd excuse. I've never heard of anyone just randomly entering every building that they can see. But as long as you're not an officer, we're good. We started off on the wrong foot, but I would like to amend that. How about you introduce yourself and then I'll introduce myself? Okay, you started from Sanjam Town and you're a Pokemon trainer, okay. And then you're now in Eterna City for your second gym badge. I see. Well, that's great and all, but I am also a Pokemon trainer, and unlike you, I have the Eterna City's gym badge. What a shame, isn't it? I was actually looking forward to battling you, to see who's stronger, to assert my dominance over you. But at this point, it won't even be a competition. Look, here's my gym badge right here. If you don't believe me, I can show you my gym badges as well. Here, I have the Eterna City's gym badge right here. And then here I have the Oreburg City's gym badge. Still you're not convinced? Well, okay. What's your Pokemon team like? Okay, now take a look at mine. This is my Pokemon team. I think now you see the difference in our Pokemon's abilities. You're not even a competition. I would feel bad battling you right now, honestly. Maybe next time, when we see each other, we can battle. That sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Well, apart from being a Pokemon trainer, there is a little bit more about me. 3 years ago, I had the unfortunate honors of being a part of Team Galactic. I was a part of Team Galactic because I was interested in legendary Pokemon, and I thought Team Galactic would be my way of seeing these Pokemon. They had this really, really stupid rule of dyeing your hair cyan, but I'm a man of fashion. I love to dress up very extravagantly. I could not dye my hair cyan. That's ludicrous. So I would just wear this wig all the time. I would wear this wig. Nobody ever caught on. I was in Team Galactic for a whole year. Nobody ever caught on to me. So this wig was a lifesaver. And that explains why I was in Team Galactic headquarters as well. This building right here was the previous headquarters for Team Galactic. I was in here because they left behind some really interesting information about the legendary Pokemon, all the research that they've done, everything that they did back in the day. I was just looking into that. My ultimate goal is to catch legendary Pokemon, and then I will be the strongest trainer in all of Sinnoh. Yeah, that's my ultimate goal. I want to capture a legendary Pokemon and be the strongest trainer in the entirety of Sinnoh region. No one would be able to beat me then. I have to say though, I feel really bad about the time I spent in Team Galactic. And when Team Galactic finally dissolved, I did return all the Pokemon I stole from the trainers. I really did, and then I started myself from zero, because all the Pokemons I used as part of Team Galactic were stolen Pokemon. So I had to start from scratch, all self-made now. You know, when Team Galactic was finally dissolved, the day it dissolved, all the trainers that were a part of Team Galactic, they dyed their hair cyan, so they were very easily recognizable. As a result, they were banned on that day specifically from ever having a Pokemon and being officially recognized by Pokemon organization as being legitimate trainers. But me, I was just wearing a wig, so I just took off my wig and went about my normal life. I even got a starter, and as a fashionable guy like I am, I keep all my Pokemon in the Premier Ball, because this is the most fashionable Pokeball that you can have. What happened to Team Galactic? you've already heard the story, right? 3 years ago on the Spear Pillar, a trainer single-handedly dismantled the entire Team Galactic. The leader of Team Galactic went into hiding, and then as a result the whole team was disbanded on that specific day. Is that not good enough of an explanation for you? You only have one gym badge, but you have more than one brain cell, I can tell that much, because you're very smart. You are correct. That's not the true story, and I also was kind of skeptical when I first heard that story. I knew that the leader of Team Galactic was not the kind of person to just give up and run into obscurity, so I did what I do best, dressing up in a real fashionable way and then trespassing like I'm doing right now. I trespassed into Whalestone City's Team Galactic headquarters. It was closed off, so I had to find myself in. And when I got in, I found documentations that outlined exactly what happened on that specific day at the Spear Pillar. According to the documents, it said that on that day, Cyrus, the Team Galactic leader, was able to summon both Palkia and Dialga, bind them, and try to control them. But a third Pokemon appeared out of nowhere. That third Pokemon is described as a phantom, a ghost apparition of sorts, and it created a rift in time and space, and Cyrus was sucked into that rift and never to be seen from ever again. What's even more fascinating is that Team Galactic was able to take pictures of that Pokemon as well. I have a picture with me right now. This is that Pokemon right here, and then here are some things that they thought that Pokemon did and called them specific names, but the picture is right here. No, you can't have this. What are you, getting used to getting free stuff or something? I'm not giving this to you at all. I'm keeping this. This might be the only picture I ever have for this Pokemon. Yeah, that was ludicrous. I was not giving that to you. But as a result of that, I became very intrigued with this Pokemon. I did long and hard research, and I couldn't find anything about this Pokemon outside of this Team Galactic's document and this picture. But then I finally hit one piece of evidence. In the Kanto region, there was a corporation called as the Sylph Corporation, and they were creating these really amazing gadgets that were called as Sylph Scopes. This right here is a Sylph Scope right here. What this does is it lets you see apparitions and ghosts that are unidentifiable by a normal eye. So what did I do? I just wore it and tried to find out if I could see that Pokemon anywhere, see any rifts in space, but I could not see anything. So this is kind of junk for me now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. You'd like to have it again. Well, you know what? I feel bad for you. You only have one gym badge, and I don't need this, so you can have it. Think of this as me being a good Samaritan. There you go. I'll put this for you here. Yep. So, since I couldn't find that Pokemon through this, I just gave up. I'm not interested in this Pokemon anymore because, of course, there's no way of finding out how I can even reach this Pokemon. Now I'm more interested in Palkia and Dialga, those two Pokemon, and that's why I was here in this building to see if there was some way of luring them out. I've changed my ways. I'm no longer that Team Galactic grunt that I used to be, so I'm not going to be doing things that the old Team Galactic did to these Pokemon. I just want to call them out, challenge them to a battle one-on-one, and capture them as a result. And that's why I'm collecting all these gym badges, because I want to be strong enough for when that moment arrives. Yep. I don't know if I found anything. I found some hints, but I'll have to figure it out, make all the connections, and then see where that goes. But time is of the essence, and it seems like I am running low on time now. I gotta get going. I'll be going straight to Heartdrum City next. Maybe if you're a good enough trainer and you are strong enough, you might be able to beat the Eterna City, but judging from your team, you might just have to be lucky to get that gym badge. Meanwhile, me, I'll be going on ahead into Heartdrum City. Who knows, by the time you get to Heartdrum City, I might have even captured Palkia or Dialga, or maybe both, who knows. Alright, oh yeah, I completely forgot. There is one piece of information which I think is really useful, specifically to you, that I found in here. I think it will benefit you a lot. Make sure you read it very carefully. I think you will benefit from it. Here's the document, and here you go. Make sure you read it. It has some very interesting stuff on there. Good information to know, okay? Alright, looks like I am out of time, and I cannot stay here any longer. I have more important things to do, and more fashionable trends to find. So, adios. Whoa. You scared me there for a second. Are you a ghost? What is that thing on your head? Ah, a sylph scope. What is a sylph scope? I've never heard of that. It lets you see wild Pokémon. Ghost Pokémons more specifically. And apparitions. That's interesting. I've never heard of this item before, but come on. Do you really believe something like this works? There's no way something like this would work. Usually ghost-type Pokémon, more specifically Ghastly and Haunter, you can't see them unless they want to be seen. Or, if you are as experienced as I am, you can feel their presence in the air. And right now, I don't feel any presence. But I'm sorry, we started off, but we didn't introduce ourselves. My name is Bait. And I am a haunter collector. I collect haunters. I go all around the place. I try to catch haunters. That's pretty much my limbo. I really like that Pokemon. And I heard reports that in this old chateau, there is a very big haunter that is infamous to this place. But I looked around this whole place and I can't seem to find it. I even have my very trusty small lantern. Usually if this lantern starts making any noise, it means that a ghost Pokemon is nearby. But I don't hear anything. And it seems like that haunter is not here. But what about you? Who are you? I see. You're a Pokemon trainer? That's amazing. How many badges do you have? One gym badge, huh? Oh, don't worry about it. The Eterna City is pretty close by, and that's where you can get another gym badge. Right, good luck with that. If you're here, are you interested in hearing more about how you can catch maybe a Haunter or a Ghastly? I can tell you a bit more about how they appear and what their natural behaviors are. Yes? Wonderful. Okay, let me start off by explaining a little bit about Haunter and Ghastly. Usually these Pokemon are hidden, so you can't see them unless they want to be seen, or if you're like me who can feel their presence. So right now I can feel the presence of a Ghastly right here. See? You see him, right? It wants to scare us, but I think you and I are braver than that, so we're not going to get scared. But you can see the Ghastly right over there. Haunter is the same, and Haunter also won't show itself, but one characteristic that Haunter has is that it can appear in front of you as a real person. you wouldn't even know that it's a haunter talking to you. It can be pretty spooky at times, but that's one of the things about haunter. Right now, in this mansion, I really don't feel the presence of any haunters. So I'm looking around, I don't feel any. What? There's a haunter to my right? I don't see anything. There's nothing. Oh, okay, you were trying to scare me, I see. No. You don't have to play around with the joke. I get it. You were trying to scare me. That was a good one. I did get a little bit spooked. There's no way there was a haunter there. I could have sensed it if it was there. But anyways, that's technically how haunter and ghastly work. You can't see them otherwise. So that's kind of a little bit on the overview on that. I don't know if you can find anything here. Maybe you can find a ghastly because there's no haunter scene here. I now that I'm thinking about it a little bit, do you want to do a trade, maybe? Since I'm a haunter collector, I can give you a haunter, and you know what they say about haunter trading. Very good things come out of that. We can do a trade with haunter, since I am a haunter enthusiast, but in return I want to get a Medicham. I've been recently thinking about getting a Medicham because I feel a little bit concerned about my safety, especially when I'm in my house. My house is in Snow Point City, so it's pretty far away from here, but I want to get a guardian Pokemon, and Medicham seems like the perfect Pokemon. It's a fighting type. Have you seen a Medicham before? You've heard of it? I see. Well, do you want to trade a haunter for a Medicham? Looks like you don't have a Medicham right now. That really is unfortunate. I really wanted to trade with you, I really did. But I guess we won't be able to do it. Wait, I have an idea. How about we do this? So my house, as I said, is in Snow Point City, and there's a gym in Snow Point City. Since you're a gym trainer, I'm sure you'll eventually make it to Snow Point City. If you, or when you get there, because I think you will get there for sure. Whenever you get there, try to bring a Medicham with you. Wherever you find it, catch it and bring it to me. My house is in Snow Point City, you can't miss it. Ask people about bait, and then they'll tell you where my house is. Bring a Medicham, we'll do a trade then. What do you think? It sounds like a pretty good deal, right? Yes? Okay, I'll be waiting for you. I'm not gonna run out of haunters. You can definitely feel safe about that. But bring me a Medicham there, and then we'll do a trade then. Yep, I'm a good Samaritan. I like to take care of people. Are you excited to trade a haunter? Yes? Wonderful. Well, take a look around and see if you still want a ghastly. Honestly, I don't know if you want one. You might want to think about it, but this was a very disappointing trip for me, coming all the way from Snow Point City to finding out there's no big haunter in here. Anyways, it's fine. It's all part of the process. So I'll be on my way now. I don't have anything else to do, and this place is starting to give me a little bit of a creep, so I'm gonna be on my way, okay? I'm gonna take my lantern with me too. I turn it off. Alright, see ya. Bye. It's been such a long time since the last time I did this. This is gonna be so much fun. Now we wait at Snow Point City. Excuse me. Excuse me. May I please ask, what are you doing in here? Please pardon me. This is a very old abandoned chateau, and things are pretty old here now. I am the caretaker of this place. Yep. I've been taking care of this place for a very long time now. I can't even remember how long. The history of this place, well, there's many different theories. Some very somber and sad, some very normal, human-like. But ultimately I think it's only fair that places covered in vegetation and in ruins should be left alone, as is, right? Then why would a trainer like you walk in here? What is your purpose here? I already had to deal with another person that came in here, but it was very easy to fool that person, but you are harder to fool. What do you want? You're looking for a haunter. With the kind of skills you have, you wouldn't even be able to tell if you're even talking to a haunter. If it was standing right in front of you, you wouldn't even know it. I think you should get stronger and then look for that haunter. Right now, you are incapable of catching it. Ultimately, though, I think it's a little bit rude if you're asking me to jump into places like these. They should be left alone, just with nature itself, by itself, and let it sort itself out. Right? Perfect. I've been noticing for some time you have this very interesting thing on your head. If you don't mind, can you tell me what that is? It's a self-scope. What is a self-scope? I've always been interested in modern technology. I would love to know what it is. Oh, it lets you see ghosts and apparitions. Well, that explains everything to me about why you were so hard to deal with. If you don't mind, can I try it out? I always wanted to see how it worked. Yes, okay, take it off and I can try it. Can't see me anymore, can you? Not without the self-scope at least. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Welcome to Eternicity's gym. I am one of the co-gym leaders of this place. My name is Orchard. Yes, I am the co-gym leader because usually this gym is run by Gardenia. She is the original gym leader of this place. Unfortunately, she has to go to Florima Town very often, and that's why she asked the Pokemon League if she could have a stand-in gym leader in times when she's not here. Right now she's in Florima Town attending a seminar on Pokemon botany and grass-type Pokemon. You know, every gym leader has responsibilities outside of the things that they do in the gym, you know, just battling gym trainers. They do other things too. I don't want to be mean, but do you have any other gym badge? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Okay, you have the Oreburg City Gym. See, you might have noticed that the Oreburg City Gym leader also does things outside of just battling trainers. They work in the Oreburg mines. Because every leader has more responsibilities, and for Gardenia, she has to take care of Florima Town to make sure it stays as a beautiful meadow. And that's why when she's not there, I fill in for her. Is it allowed? Well, it is allowed. You might not have seen any such cases in Sinnoh except for us, but in Unova region, not far from here, there is the Stryton City's gym, and it has 3 gym leaders actually, which is crazy, but it is possible if the Pokemon League allows for it, and that's the case here. Because of Gardenia's busy schedule, they allowed for me to stand in, and I'm a complete newbie, so I just started 2 months ago. And that's why I hope you won't mind battling me. I'm gonna give you the hardest challenge that I can. Is that okay? I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you something special if you beat me. Yes? Okay. I was very nervous because I'm usually a little bit shy, and the last person that came in with red glasses on was just making fun of my clothing and my sense of fashion. I mean, it's not bad, right? I don't think there's anything, or maybe there is something wrong with how I'm dressed, but I got very upset and I challenged them to a battle, but then they swept my whole team and they made fun of how I was so weak. So that was a little bit of a saddening thing, but I'm feeling a lot better now, and you're much kinder and you're much nicer as well, and that makes me very happy. Yes, well, usually whenever I'm stressed, I just take this pot plant and I just pet it a little bit. It makes me feel a lot better as well about myself. I have a lot of these comforting things that I keep to myself. But anyways, I don't think you were very interested in that. You were here for where did I put this? I'm sorry. Oh, this right? The gym badge for Eternity, right? This what you're after, right? If you beat me, you can get this, 100%. Yes, I take a lot of pride in this, and if you are strong enough, you can certainly have it as well. So with that out of the way, where's my Pokemon? Oh, yes, that's the gym leader, or kind of the gym leader of Eternity. I gladly accept your Pokemon battle challenge. Oh no, a flying type Pokemon immediately? My chances are not looking good. Seems like I'm gonna get wiped again. I'm gonna do everything to make sure that doesn't happen again. An X attack? That doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is an opportunity. Cherim, can you please use Safeguard? Alright, Cherim, use Stun Spore after dodging this. Oh no, it's starting again. I can feel it. It's definitely starting. Alright, Turtwig, please come on out. Alright, Turtwig, can you please start off with Lead Seed? Oh no, 2 and 2. Come on, man, you're supposed to go slow. You have to build up the battle, make it all hype. You're just starting off with a Staravia. I can't do anything about it. Well, regardless, I'm sure this Pokemon is definitely gonna pack a punch. Rose Raid, I want you to use a Grass Knot. Let's hope that does the trick. Come on. It's not enough. Alright. Okay, very funny. Very funny. I got swept again. Can't believe it. I can't believe I got swept again, 2 times in a row by 2 different trainers. Gardenia trusted me with this gym, and I just go ahead and lose battles in such a convincing fashion. What am I gonna do? This is a complete disaster. My own brain gets in my way sometimes. No. I can't believe I got wiped again. This whole gym leader thing is too much of a burden on me. Whatever, I gotta act professional. Come on, you can do it. Just be professional. Okay, very well done. I'm so proud of you. You finally managed to beat me. And I'm gonna be honest, I wish the battle was a little bit closer than what you did. You know, I got wiped in a very similar way with that other guy with the red glasses. and I was hoping I could do better this time, but I guess not. I'm sure I'll get better with time, but you don't have to worry about that. I should not be sharing my personal thoughts with you. As the gym leader of Eterna City, it is my absolute honor to present you with the Eterna City Gym Badge. This is for you to keep. There you go. I'm just gonna put it right here for you. And yes, sorry, I'm not used to all the things we have to do, so I'm trying to remember if I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, I remember now. Well, every gym leader, when you beat them, they have to give you their favorite card. And in my case, I would like to give you this one, if that's okay. This is a very beautiful Snorlax card. The reason I'm giving this to you is because whenever I feel very nervous and I'm done talking to people for the day, I just go back home and hug my Snorlax plushie. And I want to give this card to you because it reminds me of that plushie, and I really want to be home right now in my bed because I just feel very embarrassed for the sweep. I just got sweeped again. So here you go. And since you are such a nice person, I would like to give you one more thing as well. I told you at the start that I'll make it worth your while, so here you go. This is a small keychain, but the present is not the keychain, but it's the fact that if you take this to the bike shop, which is in this city, you can get a free bike. Yes, a free bike, especially because if you try to proceed south from here, you need to have a bike because it's a bike road. If you show this to the bike shop, they'll give you a free bike. This is pretty much a promotion, and this is what you need to show them to get that free promotional bike. So I'll give this to you. When that guy with the red glasses came in, I was gonna give them this as well, and to be honest, at the very end when they made fun of me the whole time, I didn't want to do it anymore, so I didn't give it to them, and I'm pretty sure that person is right now fuming because they don't know what to do, because the bike is very expensive, especially for new trainers, and I didn't give them this keychain as well, so I'm pretty sure they're just stuck right now. That's my way of getting revenge. I'm sure I should not have done that, but I was just very, very annoyed by how that person was talking to me. But anyways, I think that's good enough for now, and we should be very okay. I'm gonna take this plant now. I love to grow pot of plants because it just looks very nice, and I can hold it in my hand as well. So I'm just gonna take this and maybe try and pet it a little bit to make myself feel better after that very bad loss I had. And as for you, I think you probably know where to go next, right? The bike shop. If you don't have a bike, definitely go to the bike shop. And from after that, I'm sure you know where to go from there as well. Congratulations on your new gym badge. And thank you very much for coming here. Hello and welcome to the Eterna City Bike Shop. So great to have you here at this time of the night. Did you manage to get a look at the sky outside? It's absolutely beautiful with the aurora lights. These aurora lights have been happening way too frequently these past couple of days, but I don't really mind. It's really beautiful out, and of course that means it's a great night shift for me. Anyways, I want to ask you, are you here to buy a bike? Yes? Well, I hope you have a lot of money on you because these bikes are not cheap. Oh, is that the token? May I see that? Well, you have the token. It is the real thing, alright. And if you have this token, you get a free bike. So I will make sure to give you a bike of your choice. Give me 1 second. Tim, Can you get the 3D models of the bike? This guy has the token. Alright, bring it over. Thanks. Alright. While Tim is collecting the 3D models, I'll keep this to myself. And I want to ask you, who did you battle in the gym? You have the second gym now, I'm assuming. So who did you battle? Was it Gardenia or Orchard? Orchard, okay. Well, that kid, I've seen him battle, with my own eyes. He's very capable, but he's very shy and just always lost in his own head. So I think he's still getting used to being a gym leader. He'll get used to it over time. I know he's capable of that. I can be someone who can testify to that. But anyways, how have you liked Eternity so far? Yeah, I mean, if I can tell you a couple of locations, I don't know if you've been there or not, but there's the old chateau that is just before Eternity. It's a pretty spooky spot. A lot of people trespass into that place. It's just, it just has an eerie undertone to it, but nobody really has seen anything or heard of anything like that. But it is kind of eerie, a pretty popular spot. A lot of people trespass into it. There's also, there's also the Eternity statue of the legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh. You can find it on the east side of this city. And what else is there? Oh yeah, there's also the abandoned building that you probably saw towards north. People don't like to talk about it anymore, but it used to be Team Galactic's old headquarters. Yes, old headquarters. It's run down now. And I would not recommend you going there now because it's pretty dangerous. It's not up to standard. It's not up to code. Anything can collapse at any moment. But it used to be Team Galactic's hideout. It was their headquarters. And the reason I know this is because I'm sitting here today because of Team Galactic. 3 years ago, Team Galactic actually abducted my dad. And, they were asking for some ransom. And a trainer happened to be passing by at that exact moment, and he freed my dad. After all of that, my dad pretty much told me he was too old to run this shop, so I took over, and I run this shop now. So, as much as people don't like to talk about Team Galactic here anymore and pretend like they didn't exist, they've certainly had an impact on my life in one way or another. Yep, absolutely. Well, great. Looks like our 3D models are here. Let me show you everything that we have here, and then you can select what you want to take with you, okay? Alright, let's start with the first one. Alright, so the first thing I have here is the bike, and actually, this is one of the newer additions that I added in after my dad retired. I thought bicycles were becoming way too old-fashioned, and that's why I decided to add in a motorbike for people who wanted to have a little bit more ease of use. I'll tell you right now, these things are going to be crazy popular in the near future. Officer Jenny came to our shop just a few weeks ago, did a test run on these and ordered 15 of these. And she wanted the back seats to be fire resistant for the Growlithe to sit on, of course. Let me tell you a little bit about this bike. After all, this does fall under the free bike rule that we have. So the engines are 471cc parallel twins. You can see the engines right around here. And it provides a very reliable horsepower of 50 horsepower. And especially if you're going closer to Mount Coronet, there's a lot of slopes where you really, really need to have a lot more power. And this bike can easily withstand those heights. The other thing is that the transmission on this is 6-speed, and then it's also a auto transmission, so you don't have to worry about knowing when you have to press the clutch. It'll be automatic, so you don't have to worry about that. That also helps with driving this in case you are not aware of how to drive manual vehicles. Also, what I'll say is that the suspensions on this is crazy. You can be going over the rough road and almost feel like you're driving over the most smoothest asphalt you've ever seen. And the brakes are pretty good as well. As far as the fuel capacity is concerned, this just runs on renewable energy, so you don't have to worry about refilling this as well. Pretty much you can just stop it and refill it through the power of electricity. So telling you all about this was very interesting for me because this is a newer product and this is something that I've introduced myself. So tell me, are you interested in this? Would you like to have this? Yeah, that's wonderful. Well, I guess I didn't have to show you the normal bicycle. This is good enough for you. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Do you have a driver's license? I just remembered. Officer Jenny told me when she visited here that anybody who drives this would require to have a driver's license. Do you have one? No? Alright. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think you can drive this anymore. See, the thing is, this thing runs on, electricity, and it goes pretty fast. And you have to drive it on the road. So this can be a little bit dangerous if you don't have the driver's license. And since you don't have it, I also just can't sell this to you. I would get in trouble with Officer Jenny. So unfortunately, and I'm very sorry for that, I don't think I can sell this to you. Even though this does fall under the free bike rule, you just don't have the license to make it work. But I have some good news for you. When everything else fails, there's always one final solution in life, and that is to drive a normal bike. So let me show you a little bit about this bike, and this is the old classic. So let me get into the specifications of this bicycle. Ever since the dawn of man, we've always looked for ways to be more efficient, and when the first person invented the wheel, everybody thought he was a madman. But not anymore. This bike is simply a homage to that person who made the first wheel, because this runs on two wheels. The traditional way of riding around places, you don't have to look at how much gas you have left, you don't have to look at how much battery you have left. All you have to look at is your legs and your power to push through. No amount of horsepower can come close to the power of a human leg, going in cyclical motion, pushing you forward. With that out of the way, let me show you the front. You can see there's a small basket to put your stuff in there. I know trainers like you are always looking for more storage spaces, so that's why we've added in a small basket for you to put your stuff in. You can see that there's also the chains are well secured on this, and there's two pedals as always. And then there's also a stopper. If you notice, the stopper is there to make sure that if you want to stop, you don't have to put your bike on the ground. You can just pretty much park it on the side by tilting it to the side where the stopper is. One more thing is that you'll notice that in the back there is space for you to attach a second seat if you want to. We don't give you that as a default, but it is something that you can get very easily from our shop, or you can use this as another storage space as well to put your stuff in. So with all of that explained, I would like to ask you, would you like to have this bicycle? Yeah, we do have some other bikes as well that I can show you, but what I'll tell you is that this is the most premium one that has a lot of different storage spaces. You'll notice it has the stopper as well that I just talked about. The other ones are smaller bikes, and those are for people that don't have a lot of storage space. I can see from your backpack that you have a lot of space. You can just fit this bike in your backpack and be on your way. Believe me, I've seen trainers that fit whole bikes in their backpacks. It wouldn't be the first time. And I would personally also recommend this one to you. But if you want, I can show you the other ones as well. So what do you think? Look, I completely understand you wanted the motorcycle, but I'm very sorry to say we can't sell it to you since you don't have the driver's license. And it is my fault. I should have asked you beforehand if you did have a driver's license and then showed you that thing, but it just slipped my mind. And it's because I just get too excited every time I have to try and sell the motorcycle. But anyways, is this good enough, or do you want to see something else? Good enough? Okay, great. In that case, what I'll do is I'll bring over Tim again, ask him to pull out the bike, and then you can be on your way. Yeah, and if you don't mind me asking, where do you want to go next? You're gonna take the bicycle road to Heartdrum City? Well, I'll tell you something. There's Mount Coronet. You can pass through that as well, actually, in that trajectory that you're going in. And what I'll recommend is don't stick around Mount Coronet for too long. After all, it can be pretty harsh, but this is just a pass through, so it's not that bad. Humans have pretty much moved around in through that pass, but Mount Coronet itself is pretty scary. But anyways, it's pretty late at night. I'm sure you want to go and get some rest as well. And in the meantime, I'll go bring Tim here. Tim, can you get this bike for this person right here? Okay, thank you. Well, go to the front and Tim will have your bike ready for you, okay? Thank you so much for coming in here. Congratulations on your second gym badge. I forgot to say that the first time around. And if you ever want the extra seat on this bicycle, feel free to come back here anytime, okay? Alright, you take care. Bye. Well, it certainly is interesting to run into a Pokemon trainer at this time of the night at the Mount Coronet Pass. You should try to go through this pass at daytime. I don't know why you're here at nighttime. As you can see, this place is infested with wild Pokemon. And trust me, Zubat is the least of your worries. If you're inexperienced, you never know, you might find yourself trapped in a trap by a Pokemon. For example, look right here. You can't see anything, right? But now that this Geodude knows we're staring at it, it's gonna poke out and look at us. See? There's a Geodude right there. And it went back into hiding. You never know where a wild Pokemon may be, especially at night when it's really hard to see. You never know what's gonna come at you, so I really recommend you go through this place at daytime. You have 2 gym badges? Look, I know everybody thinks that they're more than capable of handling themselves, but 2 gym badges for Mount Coronet is not good enough. I'm not really a trainer, but I think even I might have Pokemon stronger than you. I have a Hitmonchan, I have a Grappler, I have a Rampardos as well, but even I try to be very careful when I go through this place at night. Well, I have to do it because I'm actually a hiker, a Pokemon hiker, and I'm also an archaeologist. They go very well hand in hand, right? Might as well do some archaeology if I'm just gonna hike anyways. And from what I've learned is that Mount Coronet seems to be the centerpiece of Sinnoh's history. And it's funny because, let me show you the map of Sinnoh. As you can see from the map of Sinnoh, Mount Coronet is like at the dead center of the Sinnoh map. And turns out Mount Coronet is also the dead center of the history of Sinnoh. It seems like ancient people that used to live in Sinnoh, they really thought that Mount Coronet was a special place, and they could leave behind drawings on the wall that you see right over there. You see that drawing? That's one of the many drawings that have been left over at Mount Coronet by ancient Sinnoh civilization. I think they knew that this place was so difficult for people to get to that anything they leave here will definitely stay intact for future civilizations. What I want you to do now is to get your attention and ask you to divert it back at the drawing over there. As you can see, there's a bunch of depictions on the wall, and it's very interesting. What could they be, right? Well, based on my research, it seems like these are depictions of legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh. But they don't have to be Sinnoh necessarily. How do we know that? Well, if you look at the very first row at the second Pokemon, that is a Regigigas. Regigigas is very closely related to Regis, Regirock, Registeel, and Relicanth. These Pokemon are more closely related to Hoenn than they are to Sinnoh. And that tells us something, right? Okay, if you were an archaeologist, what would you say that tells us? Very good. See, you're learning on the job. It means that the ancient Sinnoh civilization had some sort of knowledge of Pokemon that were not exclusive to Sinnoh. That means they must have communicated with people from other regions as well. You can use this deductive reasoning to get to a very good conclusion, saying that ancient Sinnoh civilizations did have some sort of connection with other regions as well. And while we're on the topic of ancient Sinnoh, it gets a little bit wordy to keep saying ancient Sinnoh, right? Well, in another place in the Mount Coronet, we found a wall that had the name for this region, how the ancient Sinnoh civilization used to call this region, and they called it Hisui. So you can say that the people that lived were Hisuians. Very interesting name, and honestly, I don't know what the connection is. Usually names are derived by taking another name. I don't know how Sinnoh can be related to Hisui, but it is what this whole region used to be called. Now we call it Sinnoh. But I don't want to bore you with all the archaeology talk. I can tell you a little bit about Mount Coronet if you're interested, because after all, this is the most important center spot of Sinnoh. Would you be interested in that? Yes? Okay, great. See, with the Mount Coronet, this place is not very safe. Even though this pass exists, it's recommended that all trainers try to go through it during daytime, unless you are a very strong and capable trainer, and by that, usually what people are talking about is at least 7 or more gym badges, usually 8. If you have 8 gym badges, it's fine, but you should still be careful. A lot of the stronger Pokemon usually resides on the upper level of Mount Coronet, so the closer you get to the top, the more stronger Pokemon you face, the rougher the climate becomes, and just in general, it's very hard to keep going. You have to really stockpile on a lot of potions, a lot of different items to just get there, and just for one person to go there by themselves, it's very hard. I've been there, I've gone up once, and that was also in a big team, and even then it was so difficult. You see all sorts of very strong Pokemon up there, trust me, and it starts snowing as well, so it's a very strong blizzard at the top. But if you do manage to get to the top, there's actually the Spear Pillar up there, and from what we know, Spear Pillar used to be a place where ancient Hisuians, they used to communicate with the legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh. We don't know what happened, but it seems like it was broken down in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it was because of time, maybe some sort of event happened that caused its destruction, but now it's called Spear Pillar, but you'll be lucky to find one pillar that's still standing, completely upright. Yeah, it's very high up, it's at the very top of Mount Coronet. I would even say that, it's almost like a staircase to the heavens. It's that high up. But imagine if there was a staircase that went even further than Spear Pillar. You would be somewhere in space or something, I don't know. But Spear Pillar is really high up. And that's what's at the top. Usually it's recommended that if you want to, call out the legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh, that's the spot everybody used to go to. So that's your best bet. But I'm sure, you're not going to see any legendary Pokemon. I've never seen a legendary Pokemon. Everybody comes to this world, hears stories about the legendary Pokemon, and then they die. That's the end of it. So I don't think you'll ever have a need to go up there, to be quite frank with you. But that's what I know about Mount Coronet. It's a very, very beautiful place with a very rich history of ancient civilizations, but it's not safe for people like you to be going through it at this time of the night. Okay? Alright, awesome. So you said you were a Pokemon trainer, right? If you don't mind, can I see your team real quickly? Oh, that's great. Well, it seems like you have a Buneri. In case you don't know, you have to increase the bond with your Buneri to make it evolve. It's not just going to evolve by battling more and more. How you do that, you gotta figure it out, but you should increase your friendship with this Buneri to make it evolve. But if you want my opinion, I think you're not that prepared to go to Heartdrum City and challenge the 3rd gym. From what I know, the 3rd gym is actually very, very difficult, and you should be a lot stronger to challenge it. But you have other opportunities to go to other places as well, so you should be fine. Yep. Yeah, well, good luck with what you're doing. I'm just gonna go the other way where you came from. If you're going back over the other side, that one, where I came from, I can tell you all is clear. You don't have to worry about anything. Just keep going and hopefully nothing will happen. Most of the geodudes that you saw right over there, they're pretty harmless. They're just trying to take a nap, but they gotta be careful of any possible threats, so they keep an eye on us. But as you can see, that guy never popped out again because he's just taking a nap. He knows we're not a threat. Alright, thank you very much for accommodating my request of going through this place really quickly. And please try to make sure you never come back here unless you are strong enough. And you know what I mean by strong now, okay? Alright. You have a good night. Stay safe. Bye. Look, Smeargle, I'm telling you for the last time, there's a lot of issues with this painting you just drew. Look at the mountain and look at the trees. Doesn't make any sense. The perspective is completely off. Smeargle. But you don't believe me? Look, I have experience. What I'm saying is the absolute... Who are you? And what are you doing in our house? Do you just randomly barge into people's houses? No, of course I don't lock my door. Nobody ever barges into another person's house, at least in the Sinnoh region. You know what? Don't try to explain yourself. You are here at the right time. Look at this photograph and tell me. Do you think this looks like a passion project, or does this look like something a professional artist would create? Passion project, right? See, Smeargle, I told you. I've been having trouble with this Smeargle. I caught it about a month ago, and as an artist myself, a very renowned artist, I've been trying to teach him how to draw better. But he's not listening to my feedback. It almost feels like he thinks he's perfect in how he draws. If only there was some way I could get to him and make him realize that listening to feedback can be a good thing. Hi, I have an idea. How about we do this? Since you're here, why don't I make you the judge? I'll show you an art that Smeargle has created, and then I'll show you another art that I've created. I want you to give feedback on which one you think is better. Smeargle, this person, we both don't know him. If he says mine is better, will you finally accept that you need to start listening to my criticism? Smeargle, 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 Smeargle. Seems like he is ready. Great. Look, I know I'm asking you for a big favor. I promise I will make it worth your while. Please, please, can you be the judge? How am I going to make it worth your while? Well, I'll teach you how to draw. How about this? A free sketching session with me if you decide to judge between the two of us. Smeargle, that sounds good? Smeargle. Great, Smeargle is on board as well, so what do you say? Perfect. Okay, then walk over there to the other room because I'm going to show you my art and then Smeargle's art. Let's go. Thank you so much for following me to this room. Tonight I'm going to be showing you two different art of Pikachu. I'm not going to tell you who drew which one. That is something I'll reveal at the end. I want you to, if possible, talk me through what you're thinking with each art as well, and then finally make your decision on which one is better. Then I'll reveal who drew which one. I have my LED screen right over there and my remote. I'm just going to press a button to load each image, okay? You ready? Smeargle, are you ready? Smeargle, Smeargle, Smeargle. Okay, I'm going to load the first image. Cool, so talk me through it. Looks like you really like the surprised expression on the Pikachu. That makes sense. How about the background? Okay, background goes well with it. That makes sense. Anything else? Anything that you don't like? The lack of detail. I see. Well, it's certainly true. There is very much a lack of detail in this art. But Maybe it is something artistic, but I feel that too, so you're not alone in that feeling. Now let me show you the second art. There we go. Now walk me through this one. You really like the elegant look on Pikachu? Great. You like the dressing on the Pikachu? Yeah, it is a very drippy dress, I agree. And Pikachu looks really nice with this. Anything else? You like the background? It makes the Pikachu pop out a lot more. There you go. I didn't think that you would notice something like that, but it is true. That is actually what's happening here. Anything negative you notice in this? No. Okay. So then if I were to ask you which one you would grade more, which one would you say is better? The second one? I see. Well, Smeargle, I think you already know the results, but I'll tell you. The first one was done by Smeargle. I did the second one. Smeargle, I think this is a great learning lesson for you. You have to realize I don't really have a vendetta against you. I just want you to improve and get better. But I think maybe I've been a little bit too tough on you at times, and maybe that has driven you away from accepting my feedback. So let's reevaluate our student-teacher relationship. I'll be a lot more kinder in how I give you feedback, and I expect you to start taking feedback from me more seriously. What do you say? Smeargle, Smeargle, Smeargle. Well, I'm very glad to hear that, Smeargle, that you are finally ready to open up to me. It feels great. It seems like we're finally going to be able to reconcile our differences and work together. Thank you so much. It's because of you that we've managed to reach this point. Otherwise, I felt like we were both going nowhere. I promised you that I will be teaching you how you get draw by doing a free sketch. I totally don't mind that at all. How about I teach you how to do a sketch, and then you draw a sketch and show it to me? Sounds good? Okay, then follow along and stand right behind me. I'm going to show you how you draw, okay? Alright, come with me. Come on, Smeargle. Alright, so let me show you how you draw. We're going to be sketching a Pikachu. It should not be difficult whatsoever. The most important thing about drawing a Pikachu is you draw the ears. So here I have 2 ears. The pointy end of the Pikachu's ears are usually black, so then we color that black. Then we go in and we draw the face. So just connect those 2 lines, and then you connect the bottom part like a bowl. Make sure you draw 2 eyes, 2 circles on the side. Put something over the eyes. Draw a nose, and then draw a face. Now, I want you to draw the body, and then I want you to draw the tail, like that. Now, don't confuse yourself. Pikachu's tail does not have any black portion at the end. That's just a false memory in your mind. This part is brown though. Then we add the feet, the hands. Now, you might be thinking this is not complete, and you're right. This is where the most important part of any sketcher's sketch comes in. The detail. If you get your details right, your art becomes 10 times better. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some detail. And there you have it. A picture of a Pikachu after adding in all the detail. Don't forget the detail part. It's the easiest part of drawing Pikachu, but it's something that gives your sketch a real life feel to it. So, here was my tutorial. Now I want you to go and try drawing your own Pikachu, okay? I'll be by the entrance of the house where me and Smeargle were initially arguing and you came in. Once you're done, bring it back. Me and Smeargle are gonna evaluate it together, okay? Alright, good luck. Okay, you finished the art, I'm assuming? You did. Okay, can I see it? Okay. Well, I see the chew. I don't know where the Pika is in this. There it is. I think you forgot to implement the most important step in drawing a Pikachu, which is the detail. Once you get better at adding the detail, which I added at the very end, you're going to be able to draw a perfect Pikachu. But right now, this passes as a chew, but not a Pika. So I give this a chew out of Pikachu. Not bad at all. Smeargle, what do you think?
Smeargle, Smeargle, Smeargle. Smeargle, Smeargle, Smeargle.
Well, it's a good thing you don't understand what Smeargle is saying, because what he's saying is it's very great and there's potential for improvement, but you're certainly on the right track. That's what he said, right?
Smeargle?
See? Great. Thank you so much for being the judge between the two of us. I know it was a bit of an odd request. And you barging into our house ended up being a great thing, actually. Alright, well, you're just by the entrance of Heartroom City. If you want, you can just go straight to Heartroom City now. Okay? Alright, take care. Bye. Alright, Smeargle, you gotta start listening to me from now on, okay? I cannot believe I lost to the third gym leader. What an absolute joke. Speaking of jokes, you made it. Congratulations. You know, I'm really proud of you. I didn't think you would get this far. Quick question. Did you read the note I left for you? Look, you might not think of yourself as a dork, but you definitely came across as one. You know, you seem like the kind of person who would cancel their doctor's appointment because they weren't feeling well. And your sense of fashion back then was absolutely horrendous. And even right now, it's still the same. Horrendous. But still, now that I kind of think about it, I'm not that surprised that you managed to get this far. After all, the second gym leader was terrible. No sense of fashion, no sense of battling, no sense of being cunning. And I will say that if I had to choose between him and you, I would definitely pick you as the winner. You certainly seem more capable than that person, but that's not saying a lot. Answer a question for me. Did you take the stairs from the mountain down here? Because I did not see anyone coming down from the mountains. Oh, you were at the Pokemon artist house. I see, I see. You know, I actually went to that place, but I don't know what was going on. They were just arguing and bickering over art. It made no sense to me, so I just left. But it's good to know that at least you went there. Did you manage to learn anything? You learned about art and how to draw. That's amazing. You should draw a portrait of me. After all, I think I am the perfect model. And I think you might get popular by drawing a perfect specimen like myself. I guess you're not that unfashionable at all. You've earned a little bit of respect in my eyes for learning that skill. That's for sure. How did I get here? What do you mean? The bike. Looks like the second gym leader told you about me then. Oh, all I'm gonna say is I did nothing wrong. You know, that second gym leader was upset by me, and I'm not sure what the reasoning for that was. All I told him was that he should not be a gym leader if he's gonna use this opportunity to get used to being a gym leader. He should have been prepared from the very first battle he had as an official gym leader. You know, this is no joke. This is a very prestigious position in the Pokemon League, and he was using it as practice to get used to it. In my eyes, if you're not perfect, you're not ready. And it seems like it upset him, so he didn't give me a bike voucher. I'm sure he's still laughing ear to ear, grinning over the fact that I'm still stuck in Eternity, but he's absolutely wrong. You wanna know why? I'll give you a simple explanation. Do you remember where we met in Eternity? Old Galactic HQ, exactly. You know, I wasn't only there to look at old legendary Pokemon documents, I was actually there for another reason. I needed to get a bike, and 3 years ago, Team Galactic abducted the bike shop owner and held him in the old Galactic HQ for ransom. I was part of the team that actually abducted the old bike shop owner. And what I do remember also is that we also kept some of his bikes as ransom as well in our garage. So I wasn't only at Old Galactic HQ to look at legendary Pokemon documents, I was also there to get myself a bike. It is an old bike. It's a pretty old version of the bike, but it does the trick. I was able to get here. So, joke's on that second gym leader. He can keep living in his delusions that I'm still stuck. I'm not stuck. If you're as fashionable as me, you can always find a way. Now, I want to ask you a question. Did you get a bike voucher? You did. You have a new bike? Ah. I simply can't accept the fact that you have more fashion points than me right now. You know, how about we do a game? If I win a Pokemon battle from you right now, I take your bike and you take my bike. But if I lose, you keep your bike. And why am I even explaining? I'm never gonna lose anyways. So, do you accept? You know what? You don't have a choice. We're battling right now. Let's go. Starly. Let's do this. Starly, use pluck. If you can hit me hard, I can hit you harder. Starly, use endeavor. Tch, come back, Starly. Hey, you're not half bad, but let me see how you deal with this. Monferno. Running away, are we? Well, it doesn't really matter. Monferno, Mach Punch whoever comes out. I'm always 2 steps ahead. Monferno, one more Mach Punch and finish it off. Oh, by the way, I thought I would step closer to you to let you know. Normal type is not great against fighting type. Fighting type is super effective against normal type, so you should keep that in mind. I'm just being a good person and teaching you how to battle, because it seems like you're pretty incapable of doing so. Anyways. Now that's not bad at all. Monferno, dodge Staravia's attack, and then follow that up with a Flame Wheel. Dang it! Come back, Monferno. Come on out, Buizel. You're all that I got. You've done a great job pushing me into a corner, but it's not over yet. Buizel, use a water gun. Buizel, dodge the next attack. You did your best. Come back. It's nighttime already? I didn't even notice. Let's decide the fate of this battle with my last Pokemon. Roselia, use Stun Spore. Come back, Roselia. What is this? 2 losses in 2 days? And the second one to someone as unfashionable as you? My days can't get any worse. No. Can't believe I lost. That makes no sense. Don't be too happy. The only reason you won is because I was mentally exhausted from losing to the 3rd gym. Yeah, that was it. I was just mentally exhausted. That's why I lost. You should not be too happy about this win. You just got lucky. But anyways, if you're thinking of challenging the 3rd gym, you're out of luck. If you compare our skill level to the skill level of the 3rd gym leader, it's more than a mile. And I've been staying here in Hearthome City for a few days now, training and trying to improve and get stronger, but it feels like I'm still so far away from beating that gym leader. So you can try if you want to, but you're not gonna get anywhere by challenging this gym leader, and it can be a little bit demoralizing as well to challenge someone who's so much stronger than you. But once I have a legendary Pokemon on my team, neither you nor that gym leader, not even the champion, none of you can beat me once I have a legendary Pokemon on my team. Since you beat me, I would like to give you some information. After all, I was gonna take your bike if I won. So, the information I have is on the legendary Pokemon Dialga. Have you been noticing in the night sky, the aurora lights have been happening a lot more frequently? They're not happening tonight, but they are happening more frequently. Yes, you've seen them? Well, usually the popular theory and what I've confirmed is that these aurora lights are very much connected to Dialga being in our realm. It seems like Dialga is in our realm, and it seems like it's searching for something. Now, what that item is, I'm not sure, but it seems like it's traversing through our realm over and over again, trying to find what it's looking for. Now, if you manage to find what it wants and take it up to Mount Coronet, I think you have a pretty good chance of battling Dialga and catching it as well. Now, of course, you're not the one who's going to do it. It'll be me. And once I have Dialga in my team, you can say goodbye to ever beating me again. Whether I'm mentally drained or I'm not mentally drained, you are not going to beat me whatsoever. But anyways, I would like to ask you one more thing. I have a Pokemon contest ticket. Do you want to go to the Pokemon contest hall tomorrow with me? I booked a session on how to dress up your Pokemon. You know, you're not that bad of a trainer, even though you beat me by luck this time. Don't forget that. You beat me only because you got lucky. But you're not a bad trainer, so I really hate seeing a trainer like you with a horrible sense of fashion, so how about you join me tomorrow morning at around 10? Meet me outside the Pokemon contest hall and we can both go and learn about how we can dress our Pokemon more fashionably. What do you say? Do you think you can make it? Yes? Wonderful. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go because I have to wake up early and it's already nighttime. I didn't realize our battle was so long. Anyways, oh yeah, one final thing. I'm very surprised that you haven't noticed this, and it's none of my business, but I'm only gonna say this once. Seems like your Turtwig is struggling with something. You know, I saw it firsthand during the battle, and I saw it after the battle as well. Seems like your Turtwig is struggling with some sort of a mental block. That can happen to Pokemon at times, and the best thing is to just talk it out with your Pokemon. You know, much like humans, Pokemon also prefer being talked to. So, I'm actually a little bit disappointed that you didn't notice it for so long. But it's none of my business. But I thought I'd let you know, at least once. After all, I do care about Pokemon after all, so do what you want with it. I don't care. I've done my job of letting you know. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Bye. Come on out, Turtwig. Hey Wiggy, how you doing, buddy? Doing good? Wonderful. You know, I'm so happy we got this room for such a low price. It almost feels like a steal, but it makes me very happy. I called you out here because I wanted you to relax. You did a really great job against Vahoso, more specifically the Starly. It is a flying type Pokemon and you are a grass type Pokemon, and you still managed to take out the Starly, which I think is wonderful, so very well done. I'm very proud of you for that. Well, it's a little bit uncomfortable for me to even say this, but I wanted to talk to you about something else as well. You know, it seems like there's something that's weighing on your mind, and I got to know of that after Vahoso told me. And after thinking about it really hard, I think it's certainly true. There really seems to be something that's on your mind, right? Look, you don't have to acknowledge it right now. I see you are a little bit tipsy, you're a little bit nervous. How about I try to relax you? And I'll relax you by doing what you love the most. You get really relaxed when I tap on a Pokeball, right? So how about I do that and make you feel relaxed, and then we'll have the conversation. Yes? Okay. You know, the first time I realized that you feel relaxed when I do this, I just could not believe it. It was so bizarre to know that you feel relaxed when I do this. But I'm sure there's a lot of things that I do that you find bizarre. We've learned so much about one another when we started our journey in Sanjam Town, and from there we've met so many trainers, we've gone through so many experiences, and you got to learn so much about me, I got to learn so much about you. And I still remember the first time Professor Manuka told me you and I have a special bond. It seems like I perhaps took that for granted, and that's why I wasn't even able to see that you were struggling with something in your mind. I thought we had such a great bond that you really didn't need anything from me, and now I realize that that was wrong. I should have given you more time. But I want to make right what I was doing wrong. That's why we should really have this conversation tonight. But let me relax you a little bit more. Okay. Heart Home City is so peaceful at night. I can still hear the big fountain outside of our house. It's so nice. Okay, do you enjoy this? Wonderful. Seems like you were feeling more relaxed, right? Yes? Okay, that's great. Then that means we can start talking about what I wanted to talk to you about from the very beginning. Vicky, there seems like there's something bothering you, and after Wuhoso told me that there's some sort of a mental turmoil that you're going through, I really thought about all the interactions we've had, and it seems like I finally managed to pinpoint exactly what is on your mind. Are you perhaps by any chance afraid of the idea of evolution? You don't have to deny it, you don't have to act strong. You know, when I think back on all the battles we've had for the past couple of battles, it seems like every time you are almost at the point of evolution, and then you stop yourself voluntarily. But it doesn't seem like you do it out of your own volition. It seems like there's some sort of a mental block that causes you to stop, and there's some sort of confusion on your mind as well. Is that true? Okay, so you're finally admitting it's true. Wonderful. So then, why don't you tell me what's bothering you about evolution? So there's two things, it seems like. The first one is the idea of change. You don't want to change. And then the second one is that I'll abandon you. Well, I don't blame you for having these fears. I think having fears like these are very rational. It's very normal to have a fear like that. The first thing I'll tell you before I even tell you anything else is, Vicky, at the end of the day, I just want you to be happy. Whether you voluntarily choose not to evolve, or whether you voluntarily choose to evolve into a Grotto, I'm totally okay with either option. If you choose to stay as Turtwig forever, that's okay with me. We'll be the first starter Pokemon and trainer duo that's going to become the Pokemon champion. And with the Pokemon starter being first form, we can certainly do it. We just have to train really, really hard, and we can make it work. The champion has nothing on us if we try really hard. So that's number one thing. I just want you to make a decision and stick with it and be happy with it and be content with it so that you don't feel worried anymore. Second of all, what I'll tell you about change is that change is happening all the time. You know, I think you don't realize, but I'm not the same person I was when we first met in the Pokémon lab in front of Professor Manuka. Same way, you're not the same Viggy I met as well at the Pokémon lab. We've gone through so many experiences together, so many adventures, and in those adventures, we've both changed. You know, starting from Sanjum Town, going to Jubilife City, you know, getting the 2 gym badges, getting here to our home city. We've gone through so much, and you're not the same Pokemon that you were before, you know, at Sanjum Town, and I'm not the same trainer as well. So change is happening whether you want it to happen or not. And the second thing is that change doesn't really change you. It's just a new adventure, a new chapter of your life. But the one who experiences it is still the same. It's you and me. We're still going to be experiencing the same thing. So we're not going to change. It's just that it will be a new chapter of our life. What I simply am trying to tell you is that I hope you're not afraid of change, because if you are afraid of change, you might decide not to change. And that in itself is also a decision you're making. And it's going to change how your future is going to be. And you can't escape that. I don't want you to get to a point in the future where you perhaps regret the decisions you've made of not changing. And perhaps you decide that you should have changed and you should have made decisions instead of being afraid of them. That's the only thing I'm afraid of. Does that make sense to you? Yes. So change is happening to you all the time, and that's why you should embrace it, not be scared of it. And then regarding me abandoning you, I mean, I'm never gonna do that. You know, no matter how much you change, whether you turn into Grotto, whether you turn into Torterra, it doesn't really matter to me. At the end of the day, you are still gonna be that same little Vicky I met in the Pokemon lab. For me, it's always in your eyes. The moment I look into your eyes, I see that same Vicky I saw at the Pokemon lab staring right back at me. It doesn't matter if you're Grotto, it doesn't matter if you're Torterra, it doesn't matter if you turn into a different Pokemon. I know it's you just by looking into your eyes. When we lock eyes, I know it's you. That's never gonna change. What's also never gonna change is your favorite puffin. I know what your favorite puffin is. I know what you love to eat. I know what your favorite hobbies are. I know all of that. And even if you change, that stays the same. So you don't have to be afraid of me leaving you, or perhaps abandoning you for changing. It's just a normal part of life, and I hope you don't leave me as well for changing as well, because that's inevitable for me too. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Wonderful. Well, how about we do this? Professor Manuka was very kind enough to send me some information about Grotto, which is your next form of evolution. I thought, why don't we take a look at your next evolution, and perhaps that'll ease you a little bit on perhaps evolving. But you don't have to evolve, as I said. Even if you decide at the end of it you don't want to evolve, that's perfectly okay, alright? Okay, let me pull up the Pokédex. Okay, I got the Pokédex right here. Thanks to Professor Manuka, let's look at your next form. This right here is Grotto. This is what you're gonna evolve into. As you can see, it still looks very similar to you, albeit just a little bit bigger, right? From what you can tell, it says you are around 3.7, so 3 foot and 7 inches tall on average, which is not bad. You're still going to be shorter than me, and you're going to be 213.8 pounds. Now I know you like me carrying you whenever we're celebrating or whenever you feel like it, I do carry you around. If you want me to, I can start going to the gym. I'll lift weights every day, 7 days a week. I think I can still pick up 213.8 pounds if I try really, really hard. If that's what you were worried about, I can try. And then we'll think about when you turn into a tortera on what we want to do. Perhaps I'll buy a big crane and then I'll lift you on the crane. And that will be our new way of lifting you up. Another great thing is, right now you're still a grass type, but you start learning some ground type moves as well as you progress. And tortera, your final form, is going to be ground type too. So that means that Bohoso can't really take advantage of his Monferno or Infernape in the future against you. You do have some way of fighting back, if that makes sense. Remember the Pokemon Academy we went to? Yeah, if you remember the instructor, he told us, right? He said that I should teach you some ground type moves too when you turn into a Torterra. Now of course, you don't have to evolve, but if you do, it's going to give us great coverage. And then let me read you what it says about your, Grotto's nature. It says it lives along water and forest. In the daytime, it leaves the forest to sunbathe the trees on its shell. Doesn't your shell look really cool? Right? Yeah, it looks very nice. It's gonna get a lot bigger. It's gonna get a lot sturdier. I can tell you, you're gonna get really tough. Very tough. So it's not all bad, isn't it? Once you look at your own evolution and what you're gonna look like, it doesn't look that scary anymore, doesn't it? Right. We're gonna have to say thank you to Professor Manuka for sending us this beforehand. I really appreciate that for him. So, ultimately, I think what I'm just trying to tell you again is make a decision and be happy with it. It doesn't really matter what you do. For me, you're the same Viggy. Okay? It seems like you're starting to get just a little bit sleepy. So, I don't want to bother you for too long. After all, we do have places to be tomorrow. Bohoso has invited us to the Pokemon Contest Hall to learn more about how we can dress up our Pokemon. If I'm being honest, that guy, I don't know what to think of him. But anyways, an invitation is an invitation, so we should really go. Alright? Okay, have a good night's rest, Turtwig, and I hope you are finally able to find peace. Alright, have a good night. I'll take a nap too on this bed right here. Bye. What the? Amazing. Looks like you finally made up your mind. I can tell you're finally at peace as well. That's wonderful. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. I'll treat you to your favorite breakfast, same as always. And then starting tomorrow, while you train, I'm gonna also start training to make sure I can still lift you in my arms. But I'm so happy to see that you're finally at peace. Take a good night's rest, and then tomorrow we have to go meet Bohoso. Have a great night, Have a great night's rest, Viggy. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good night. Hello, good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to you as well. I'm assuming you guys are here to attend the morning session that was booked by the name of Bohoso on how you can dress up your Pokemon in a more trendy fashion. Is that correct? Wonderful. I only had one person registered for today's session. Who's Bohoso out of the two of you? Well, he is an acquaintance of mine. He is not very fashionable, he's not up for the trends. I thought he must learn how to stay trendy and fashionable at all times. It is of utmost importance after all. Ah, I see. So you are Rohoso and you are just tagging along. Okay, interesting. I might have to register you. What was your name again? I see. Okay, I have you registered right over here. That's wonderful. You know, dressing up your Pokemon is absolutely of utmost importance. Here in the Pokemon Contest Hall, there are people coming in every day trying to learn how they can dress up their Pokemon in the most perfect and trendiest of fashions. After all, Pokemon Contest Hall is the place where Pokemon Contest takes place, where not only the Pokemon, but how they dress up, how they conduct themselves, and how do they do their moves. All of that is very important. You have to look the coolest out of everyone to win a Pokemon contest. By the end of this session, maybe you both might be tempted to try and compete in a Pokemon contest. Oh, I'll be honest with you, Pokemon contests aren't really my thing. What about you? No? Seems like it's not for both of us. But to be honest with you, if I did participate in a Pokemon contest, I think I'll win very easily. There wouldn't even be a contest, so I don't want to ruin the fun for everybody else. But I tell you what is trendy and what is fashionable is changing all the time. You have to be on top of your game, right? Well, that is true, right? Awesome, I'm so excited then. Are you ready? Okay, looks like we're ready. Let's start then. Wait, did you just... What? Are you changing your glasses every time you speak? What's up with that? Well, like I said, the latest trends and fashion is constantly evolving all the time, so I have to stay on top of my game. I can't let anyone else be more fashionable than me. But enough about me. I'm excited to start this demonstration. You are as well, right? Yeah, so let's get started, please. Well, you certainly are dedicated to stay on top of modern trends and fashion, and honestly, I cannot blame him for that because modern trends and fashion are changing all the time. Something that was trendy up until yesterday might not be trendy anymore. Take for example something like this. This button right over here that you would put on a blazer or a coat. This was trendy up until last week, but now this is out of fashion, so I can't use this anymore. But this is just one of the many examples of things that are in fashion up until yesterday, and then all of a sudden they're not in fashion anymore. The same is true for Pokemon fashion as well. Pokemon fashion is ever changing, and the interesting thing is Pokemon don't have the same physiology as us. You know, we as humans, we usually have a very similar structure, but a Pokemon goes through evolutions. There are so many different types of Pokemon in this world, and not one kind of fashion applies to all the Pokemon, and as such it has to be a very custom set of fashion that would apply to every Pokemon. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm gonna call my good friend Pikachu, who is taking a nap and relaxing right now, to be our model. I want to go for something that's more general, not really something that is seasonal, maybe, you know, nothing that is very much bound to specific weather, specific circumstances. I just want to go for something that's trendy and looks cool, regardless of the setting or the situation. And this Pikachu is going to be our model for this. I want to ask you guys, both of you, what is something that you would start with on this Pikachu that you can dress up this Pikachu with? I don't know. What do you think? A hat? Okay, let's expand on that. What about headwear in general? I think that's a good place to start, right? A hat. Yes, you're onto something here. Let's try different hats on the Pikachu and see which one works best. Now, of course, the first hat that I'm going to show you is actually just going to be a beanie, and this is to prove a point that not everything goes on every Pokemon. So if I try to put this beanie on this Pikachu, you'll notice that it doesn't look all that great. It doesn't look all that nice. It doesn't fit. The ears are too big for Pikachu. It won't go. So this is a great example of how not one thing fits all Pokemon. If you tried putting this on the Machoke or the Machop, it would work just fine, but it won't work for Pikachu. That's why we're going to scrap this. And the other thing is, this would go great as a seasonal dress for maybe autumn. But we want to have something that is more general, so we're going to scrap this. In the same conversation, in the same breath, something like this would also not work. Similar to the same issue we just had. Pikachu's ears are too big, it's not going to go on it. So we're going to scrap this one as well. Now, we can go for something more cultural as well. So this is the Orberg City cap. You can put this on the Pikachu, and here you can see it actually looks great on the Pikachu. But there is an issue. You don't want to put a cap that is cultural on the Pikachu because we are trying to make something that is more general. If this is bound to cultural stuff, then we won't be accomplishing the goal, which is to wear this cap anytime, anywhere, any place, any time of the year, any occasion. So that's why we're going to have to scrap this as well. You can try and make your Pikachu look more smarter by using something like a band to put around the Pikachu's head. Just put this across the ears and push it down and just pull it like this. A little bit more, and then just pull it like this. There we go. Nice. And that is going to make your Pikachu look far more athletic than it usually is. I think this Pikachu, if you can look at it, this would go great with this Pikachu, but my suggestion here again is we want to have something that is general. If you put something like this on your Pikachu, it kind of gives a bit of a sporty vibe, a bit of an exercise vibe, but more of a physicality kind of vibe, which I don't think you want. So we're going to take this off the Pikachu. Now, how about we try something like a tie. So let's try putting a tie around the Pikachu. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we are. If you can see, here's the tie on the Pikachu. Now this would actually go great if this Pikachu was a businessman. But this Pikachu is not a businessman, and this would also be a little bit too formal. So this is not something you can wear anytime, any place, anywhere. But rather, I think if you wear this to maybe a restaurant, maybe you wear this to a mall, people are going to think you're pretty weird for dressing up your Pikachu with a suit and tie. So this is not going to work. So we take this off again. Now, what else can we try? How about we do this? This is actually a pretty popular hat we have. This is called the artist hat. And this is not just any artist hat, this is the artist hat that you are awarded when you become one of the top 5% of artists in the Sinnoh region. That's when you get this red artist hat. There's different colors. It starts with blue, then it goes green, then it goes to yellow, then it goes to orange, and then it goes to red. Red is the highest level of cap you can get as an artist, which shows that you're the top 5% of artists in the Sinnoh region. How about we put this on the Pikachu, like this, and then take a look and see what you think. Looks great, doesn't it? I mean, I really dig how this Pikachu looks now. How about we try with this artist cap? At the end of the day, of course, if you want to have something general, I think this is still fine to put on your Pikachu. It has a general vibe to it. Even if you see someone wearing an artist hat in maybe like a museum, at a restaurant, people think they're trying to be more trendy, not that they're actually an artist. So I think we can keep that. You know what? That is amazing. But I just got an idea. I have with me this wig right over here. Let me put this on the Pikachu. You know what I'm gonna call this? I'm gonna call this Hatsune Piku. You don't get it? Ah, that's too bad. Well, well, it certainly is interesting to say the least, but I think in this case we should much rather just use the artist hat, because I think this is more general. This is gonna look very odd, to say the least, in certain occasions, and also this has a very reminiscent color to Team Galactic, so I'm not sure if you would want to put something like that on your Pikachu. Well, that's because this wig was originally white, but then I accidentally washed my clothes with this wig, and this teal color got on the wig, so it's supposed to be white. Now it's teal because I washed it with colored clothes. You know, I'm kinda surprised. Knowing how trendy and fashionable you are, I would not expect someone like you to make a mistake like this, of putting your white wig with other clothes and accidentally getting the color on your wig. But anyways, we have the artist hat on for Pikachu. Let's put something else on this Pikachu then. Okay, now that we have the artist hat decided on, let's try to put something around the neck. We can try a lot of different things. So we tried the tie. The tie didn't look nice. You can try a normal muffler, but there's the same issue with normal mufflers. It's the fact that if you put a normal muffler on, your Pikachu is gonna end up looking more, it's seasonal, in the sense that it has a autumn or a winter kind of vibe to it, which is why I want to try something more bold, something that is more interesting. I have this piece of cloth, and I got this during my travels in the Unova region. How about we try this on the Pikachu? It's a bit of a, it is a little bit different from what we are used to, but I think it's gonna look really nice. It's one of those things that makes people look to see what this Pokemon is actually wearing, which I think it's gonna make this Pikachu looks very trendy and very cool. So let me put this around this Pikachu. And then if I raise this, this is what he looks like now. Which I think is very good, right? Now, you can wear this anywhere you want, and nobody's gonna bat an eye. This Pikachu can be wearing this at a Pokemon contest, when you're at the restaurant, whether you're at a baseball game. You can be anywhere, and even then, this dress would look trendy and cool. It doesn't have any specificity to any specific cultural dress, any seasonal dress, any occasion dress. It's just a general dress you can wear anywhere you want on this Pikachu, right? I think this dress makes the Pikachu look totally trendy and cool. What do you guys think? Amazing. That is truly impeccable. I've never seen a Pikachu that looks this stylish and this trendy. It's crazy. Are you impressed by this? But I hope you're taking notes, because I really expect you to be more fashionable after this whole demonstration is over. But this is crazy. This is amazing. Well, thank you. This is what the Pikachu looks like in all its might and glory. Here's from the side. Here's from this side. Now the good thing about this Pikachu is that this Pikachu looks very much like, regardless of what the weather is, regardless of what the occasion is, this Pikachu is going to look trendy no matter what. And that's the main point of dressing up the Pikachu with these kind of clothes. Thank you so much for attending today's session. If you don't mind, I have a little bit of a present for you guys. Here we go. Here I have 2 Pokemon stickers. Now, what these stickers are for is that you can put them on your Pokeball and each one's going to have a different effect. That's the main goal with these stickers. I'll give one to you, and I'll give one to you. Now, if you put them on your Pokeball, you'll see some very cool effects. So how about you try it out? How about you try it out? I'd love to see how this sticker works on a Pokeball. Awesome. Oh, and one more thing. Here I have my favorite Pokemon from the Hoenn region, Marshtomp. If you want, you can keep this as a souvenir from me. And remember how I said that this was from Unova region? I have Pampor, which I will give to you. Okay, thank you so much for coming in. I gotta go. You have a Pokemon contest later today at 9 p.m. and I have to prepare for that. But thank you so much for coming in. Thanks. So, what do you think? Did you enjoy the demonstration? Great. It's very important that you start taking yourself seriously. You're a pretty decent trainer. I would say you're not bad. But you have to start taking yourself more seriously and dress appropriately. How you see yourself and how you conduct yourself is how people respect you, and at this point, even though you're a capable trainer, nobody's going to take you seriously if you keep this goofball appearance of yours. Anyways, I also noticed it seems like you finally managed to dissolve the distress that your Turtwig was in. When you were testing out the sticker on your Pokeball, I noticed it wasn't Turtwig that came out, it was Grottle, and it seemed to be in a pretty good mood, pretty relaxed. It was a stark day and night comparison. You could make a complete total 180, a total difference in how your Turtwig, now Grottle, is behaving. So it seems like you managed to pinpoint the reason it was stressed. I knew the reason when we met the other day, but I didn't want to tell you because at the end of the day, it is your job as a trainer to figure out what your Pokemon is struggling with. If you have a good enough bond, you will always know. It seems like you figured out it was the fact that it didn't want to evolve, or it wasn't sure if it should evolve. So it looks like you finally managed to resolve the limbo that your Turtwig was stuck in, which is great. But I tell you what, once I get myself a legendary Pokemon, I'm going to be sure to follow everything that this person taught us in demonstration. I'm going to have the trendiest and the strongest legendary Pokemon of all time. I'm not sure which legendary Pokemon, but I'm going to have one day. And just you wait. The different dresses and attires I'm going to make that legendary Pokemon wear is going to be amazing to behold. By the way, are you going to try and challenge the gym leader of this city or no? No? Well, it's up to you if you want to try, but it is pretty demoralizing to lose in such a convincing fashion, so I think I'm just going to keep on going ahead. My goal is to go to Veilstone City, but not for any specific reasons, and even if I did, I would not really tell you. I do want to go to the lake that comes right after Veilstone City. That's where I have something to do. Something important, because it has something to do with the legendary Pokemon. There's rumors that there's a legendary Pokemon that lives in each lake that is somehow connected to the legendary Pokemon of Sinnoh. And that's what I'm going to go and investigate. If you want to, you can continue going to Veilstone City too. It's, from what I hear, there's a gym over there. So it's up to you, whatever you want to do. But I think for now this is pretty good enough. And honestly, seeing you 2 days in a row is starting to make me feel pretty burned out. I feel like I'm starting to lose my drip and my fashion and my trendiness by being around you this much. So I'm gonna go as well. Maybe I'll catch you somewhere else down the road. See ya. Can I help you with anything? I notice you've been staring at me for quite a while now. Can I teach you how to fish? You know what? Sorry, but I don't really do lessons. I don't teach, so you're gonna have to forgive me for that. Is that okay? Yeah, sorry. Wait, is that a Pokédex? Are you a Pokemon trainer? You are. You should have told me that sooner. My apologies. And also, I have to say I apologize for not accepting your the offer earlier, because a lot of people think that fishing is a meaningless hobby that people have. We just sit at the same spot the whole day, do nothing, and then go back home. And that's just a very incorrect view on fishing. It's a pretty difficult thing to do. You gotta be really patient. You gotta be on top of your game. You gotta really be paying attention, because the moment you get a bite, you have to start reeling it in and pushing back. Otherwise, you just lose whatever you caught. So I think actually fishing is one of the harder things. But people come through and they make fun of my profession. I've been doing it for 28 years now. Yes, I've been doing it for that long. I may not look like 45, but I am 45. And I look young because I do what I love, which is fishing. That's why I look so young. But anyways, I have good reason to assume that you are not one of those people, and you're genuinely interested in learning how to fish. You're a Pokemon trainer. You were staring at me for a really long time. I see that glow in your eyes. You're really intent on learning, so I don't mind. I can indulge you. That's okay. A little bit of an introduction about myself. My name is Mike. I've been fishing for a really long time, and not only in Sinnoh. I've been all over the place. So I've been in Kanto, I've been in Johto, I've been in Unova region as well. I've been to a lot of different places. I've also been to Hoenn as well. And now I'm in Sinnoh. I've been here for about a year. I've been fishing. The most interesting catch I've had, and you may not believe it, but it was actually a sea king. Very interesting catch. But I've had my fair share of bizarre catches as well. For example, the most bizarre thing that I've ever caught was actually a salvaged bicycle. Yes, it was in the Hoenn region. I was catching, normal day. I collect my bait, I take all my fishing rods, and I go to the side of the sea. I throw my my bait and my fishing rod, and I sit down, I wait, and then I get a pull. So I start pulling it back in, reeling it back in, and I notice that it's not resisting. So I'm like, what is this Pokemon, right? And it turns out it was actually a bike that looked like it had been, shocked or electrocuted. Now, my guess is it was probably a Pikachu that electrocuted it, and then it was tossed in the sea. So I don't know whose bike it is. I don't know how it got there, but it was a very heavily damaged from electric shock, a bike just in the middle of the sea with all weeds on top of it and stuff. I had to pull it, clean that up, and then I took it to a salvage shop where I sold it for 5,000 Poké-dollars. That was the best thing I ever did in my life. But trust me, I don't usually sell catches. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I know there's people that catch Pokemon from the sea and then try to sell it to people, which I think is pretty dangerous, because this can turn into a business, and of course you don't want to disrupt the Pokemon ecosystem of the sea by catching too many Pokemon. Everybody should catch the Pokemon that they want and go on with their life. But if you let fishermen catch it and then sell it to you, I think that's just a recipe for disaster. I'll give you one example. I saw this one guy right outside of Mount Moon in the Kanto region. He was selling a Magikarp for 500 Poké-dollars. Now, that's great. Anybody coming through can buy a Magikarp, but you gotta think of it from the long-term perspective. If you catch a fish Pokemon, a water Pokemon, and you start selling it, then you're gonna run out of Magikarps, right? because everybody's going to try and catch it so that they can sell it to someone else for 500. It's going to become a problem, and the whole ecosystem of the Pokemon Sea is going to get ruined. So I really don't support that. But that bike, I mean, it's just a bike, and I don't know who it belongs to. It was pretty damaged as well. 5,000 Pokédollars, best thing I ever caught. Otherwise, I keep all the other fish Pokemon to myself. They're just part of my team now. So there's one in Unova too. I'm against it, but you can't really do much about it, right? Now I want to ask you something. Tell me a little bit about yourself. I'm actually curious because you're a Pokemon trainer, right? Okay, you have 2 gym badges and now you're just going across to Wheelstone City? I see. You might not know this, but Solaceon Town comes first from before you get to Whalestone City. I'm curious, what is your Pokemon team like? I see. So you don't have a water type Pokemon, and I think a water type Pokemon would do great on your team, right? Yeah, wonderful. Okay, looks like I am the right guy for the right job. You're at the right place at the right time, talking to the right person. That's what I'll tell you. A quick question. You said you have 2 gym badges. Did you get the Heart Home City gym? Because that gym is tough. Because I live in Heart Home City. I do my daily catchings. I go back to Heart Home City. You didn't? Okay. Yeah. That gym is tough. And the guy who runs it is pretty mentally tough as well. So I would have been very surprised if you managed to beat him with this team. Because I was like, this team I don't think is strong enough to beat him. But that makes sense. So in that case, how about I teach you how to fish? So I have here with me the good rod right here. There's a lot of different rods. This one is, as the name suggests, good. You can get some pretty good Pokemon using this. The trick is you gotta throw it as far as you can, then you wait. And then the moment you get a pull, you just gotta reel it back in. There are more mechanical ones where you can rotate it back. This is a pretty basic one since it's a good rod. So you just gotta pull it back, and hopefully you'll catch something good. That's the whole art of fishing. A lot of patience, and hopefully you get something good at the end of it. That's the 101 of fishing. So okay, so how about you try it out? Here, take this rod, and what I want you to do now is throw it into the ocean, and then let's see what you find, and then let's go from there. Get ready. Okay, now reel it in. You were a little bit slow. The moment you get a bite, you gotta start reeling it back in immediately. Try again. That's surprising. Looks like you're not getting a bite. Try again. Fishing is all about patience. Okay. Reel it in, right now. Yes, great job. A Magikarp. Well, it is a pretty common Pokemon. Not to say it's a bad Pokemon. Just throw a Pokeball at it. It's not a strong Pokemon. You should catch it very easily. One, two. Wait, it knows tackle? That's surprising. Well, try weakening it a little bit and then throw the Pokeball. The fact that this Magikarp knows tackle, it makes it stronger than 90% of Magikarps you'll see. Throw the Pokeball now. Alright, let's see. Wow. This Magikarp is feisty. I would say then try and weaken it a little bit more. Okay. Alright, try throwing a Pokeball again. I would be very surprised if it gets out of the ball again. It looks pretty weakened to me. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Awesome. Congratulations on your Magikarp. This seems like a pretty strong and capable Magikarp, if I'm being honest. You'll notice that your Pokédex is also registering this Pokemon. And if you look closely, it says that it's the world's weakest Pokemon on your Pokédex. It's because this is actually a pretty weak Pokemon, but with a very strong evolution. Bravo, bravo. So you got yourself a Magikarp. That's amazing. May I have the rod back for a second? Cool. See, this is a good rod, so it's a good thing you got a Magikarp, because if it was something bigger, this rod might have broken itself off because it just doesn't have the strength to pull back. Now you might be thinking, well, Magikarp is useless, and you're right, it is useless, but not entirely. Magikarp is known to be, a useless Pokemon, but with an untapped potential. If you manage to evolve your Magikarp into Gyarados, now Gyarados is something you really got to be careful of. It's one of the strongest water-type Pokemon, and it's part flying too, which is even more interesting. But Gyarados is no joke. I tell you, it's a very strong Pokemon. So keep it in your team. That's what I would suggest. You have the benefit that you can just let your Magikarp watch the battles like your other Pokemon are doing. You can get some battle experience that way as well, and then if it gets enough battle experience, maybe it'll evolve. But it all depends on your Pokemon, of course. But Magikarp, don't take it lightly. It's a good Pokemon. And if it doesn't evolve and you want to swap it and send this back to whoever your professor is, then that's okay as well. You can do that as well. But you know what? What I will tell you is, you can keep this good rod. I have Super Rod. I have a lot of different Pokemon rods that I can just use. So you can keep this one. That's okay. This is my present from me to you. Just a good rod. Seeing you all happy and giddy, catching a Magikarp, has made me really happy. It's made my day actually. And I'm so happy there's someone out there that appreciates fishing like I do. I really mean it. It really reminds me of that saying actually. It says, you give a man a Magikarp and he'll put it in his box. But if you teach a man how to fish, he'll have infinite Gyarados. Or something like that. I think that's how it goes. But that's very true. So I can't wait to see if you catch anything else from the ocean. This ocean is huge, so you can find a lot of different Pokemon, but I think for your team, if you want to be stronger, Magikarp is the best way to go. Of course, if it manages to evolve into Gyarados. It's always going to be a gamble, but sometimes you just gotta take some risks in life. So I am really grateful I stopped and gave you a chance and I talked to you. You are a pretty good person and good luck on your journey, but just keep going forward. I think you'll get to Solaceon Town by the end of today, for sure. And if you do, please feel free to check out the cafe that is just at the exit of outskirts of Solaceon Town. It's very nice. And then there's also some unknown ruins. There's some ruins as well that you can go to. So if you'd like, feel free to check those out as well. But congratulations, you got your 4th Pokemon, a water type. Now you have a grass type, you have a fighting type, a normal type, and a water type as well. So that's wonderful. And a flying type. So very exciting. Let's see where we go from here, right? Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. And I'll just get back to fishing, as I always do. I see. Interesting. Ah, it's you. Wait a minute. It's you. What a surprise. What are you doing here? Can I shake your hand? It's been such a long time. So great to see you. I didn't think I would run into you here. You do know Sinju, this part, Solaceon Ruins, is is off limits for normal people, right? I'm here on a permit. You might get in trouble. Don't worry, you can stay. If somebody comes in to check, I'll just say you're my assistant helping me out. How are you? Great. And I didn't think you would be here this early. It seems like your journey is going pretty great. Yeah, I'll be honest, I should try to keep up with you more, but I really didn't know how to contact you. I didn't have your Poketch. You did get a Poketch, right? You did? Okay, great. Wonderful, wonderful. What was I doing here? Well, as a Pokemon researcher, my job is to always keep researching and learning new things, right? So this Solasian ruins, we don't really know what these are for, but I'm trying to uncover more about what these ruins were supposed to be, and the whole mystery surrounding it. Do you know the mystery? It's the mystery of Unknown. It's a Pokemon that resides only in this ruin. It's such a weird Pokemon, and you can actually see some flying around you as well. These Pokemon are really bizarre because these Pokemon are usually alphabetic in shape. It's said that they change shape depending on what the alphabets are normally in languages. So we haven't really seen Unknowns change shape. We haven't seen cases of that, but the old myth says that they change shape. And what's also weird about Unknowns is that they tend to be always in places that have mysterious energies that are linked to the legendary Pokemon. I'll give you an example. In the Sinnoh ruins, Sinnoh ruins in the Johto region have been said to have really mysterious energy. People really feel off when they're in the Sinnoh ruins, and if I'm being honest with you, that whole place is filled with Unknowns. And the funny thing is that's the only place where you can find Unknowns as well in the Johto region, so that's even more bizarre. And even here in the Solasian ruins you can find Unknowns, so I'm not sure if this has any connection with the legendary Pokemon, but I'll just say there's a very strong coincidence that every time there's unknown energy and forces, an Unknown finds itself here. All this research is on the back of this really weird journal I found. It seems to be about 300 to 400 years old. The pages are really dated. They've taken a beating, but it's still kind of readable, so it's not that bad. But what's interesting about Unknowns is that, remember how I said they are based off of alphabetical alphabets? Well, take a look at this. Do you see it? You'll see that each Unknown has a shape that corresponds to an alphabet in our language. And it's so fascinating to see that you can actually use Unknowns to write sentences as well. Let's actually do a quick exercise. Let's look at Unknowns around us and try to identify which one is which, right? Alright, let's see. Okay, you might notice that there's actually quite a few Unknowns that are just floating around in this room. Let's try to go through each one of these and characterize which alphabet they relate to. We had this really trusty chart in our notebook that defined which alphabet relates to which Unknown. Let's try to go through each one. What about the one at the top left? What do you think this one relates to? An O? An H. Yes, you are correct. O is a pretty close guess, but you'll notice that between the O and the H, O is just circular, but H has two endpoints at the top and at the bottom, so H seems to be the correct answer here. What about the one right under it? A W? Well, you're close. You'll notice that if you look at the W more closely, it's supposed to have nothing on the opposite side of where the three prongs appear. This one has a pointy end on the other side. And if you look at the same chart, you'll notice that the character E has that pointy end on the other side of the prongs. So this is actually an E. The one right above it, it's actually a shiny Unknown. And shiny Unknowns tend to be they tend to be blue in color. It's quite a rare occurrence to see unknowns and then to see a shiny one, so it seems like even this shiny unknown wants to be a part of the action and part of this exercise. What do you think this unknown relates to? Which alphabet? Yeah, an L. You're exactly right. And then I'll help you out. The last one is simple. It's just a P. Pretty interesting, right? We saw different unknown, and all of them have different alphabets that they take their design off of. And that's the cool thing about unknowns. It's theorized that if our alphabets were different, these unknowns would also change their shape to accommodate for that. But I guess that's all that I have right now. We don't see any other unknowns here in this room, so I guess that calls it for our... Wait. Oh, I see 2 more unknowns. What joy, and looks like they're different from the previous ones. Okay, what about the first one on the left? What do you think this one relates to? A U? Yeah, seems like a U for sure. It does look a little bit like an E too, but you'll notice that it's not really the same. There's differences. It looks a little bit like D as well, but it definitely is a U, I agree. What about the one on the right? What do you think that one is? An N, huh? Well, you're close, but not quite. You'll notice that for N, the shape is kind of more, the sides or the arms that you'd call, they're more straight. In this one, they're a little bit more curved, and that's how you distinguish between an S and an N. So it looks like this is an S actually. Pretty cool. Some say that unknowns are smart enough to actually convey a message to us, but in this case I think these characters that we saw were kind of random, so not sure if that theory is true or not, but at least you got to see 6 different unknowns, and one of them was a shiny, so quite a lucky day for you. But did you enjoy this exercise? Now you're a little bit more familiar with unknowns and how they're related to alphabets. Okay, I'm sure that was interesting for you, wasn't it? Yeah, I could see that you were very impressed with how there's one Pokemon and it has so many different shapes. You'll notice all the shapes correspond to all the alphabets that we have. That's very interesting, but I noticed that you're kind of tempted to catch an unknown now. But if I'm being honest, being your professor, I want what's best, and I know you're trying to become the strongest trainer. Don't catch an unknown. I know it's really tempting. This Pokemon is cool, this Pokemon is mysterious, but this Pokemon is not great for battling. It can't evolve. This is the only form it has, and it can only learn one move, which is Hidden Power. You can think of it like the default applications you get on your Pokédex. Unknown comes with Hidden Power. That's the only thing it can use, nothing else at all. You're much better off catching a Bidoof that evolves into a Bibarel. At least you can teach it some moves, make some use out of it, but unknowns, they're just cool to have around, but nothing else outside of it. So my suggestion is, when you see an unknown, just smile and wave, and admire how cool they are, admire the mystery that surrounds them, and just go about your way. And in the meantime, Pokemon professors and researchers like me are going to try and figure out what exactly is the origin of these Pokemon. There are some people that actually collect unknowns, all these alphabets. You can think of it as a hobby of sorts. You can do it, but I mean, for you it's not worth your time. I can tell you I'm not going to give you any rewards for doing that, so don't do it. I don't want to see 26, 28 unknowns right in front of me in the Pokemon box that I have to take care of because you caught so many. So don't do it, okay? And by the way, there is one more thing that is actually quite interesting. Everything that I've told you so far has come from this notebook, which I told you previously was 300 to 400 years old. I just found it while excavating. There is one more thing, that the author of this notebook, and I'm not sure who the author is right now, they left behind this drawing right over here. And I don't know if it's a drawing, if it's a map, if it's a code of some sort, but I feel like if I figure out what this code is or what to do with it, maybe I can figure out the mystery of the unknown. Maybe the person who wrote this knew something more detailed that they felt uncomfortable writing on this notebook, so they left some sort of a hint for us. Now, I don't know what this means right now, but you know the rules and so do I. I gotta just go back and figure out what this means. As a Pokemon researcher, this is gonna be very important for me to understand and see what I can do with this. But if you do figure out something, what this could mean, then do let me know. Because I am pretty curious of solving this whole mystery of the Solasian ruins. What was this for, you know? Oh yeah, behind me? Yeah, you might have noticed the text behind me. Did you try reading it? Yeah, you might have realized that it doesn't match with the alphabet and the unknown set that I just showed you earlier. And that's because, remember how I told you unknown change their shape in accordance to how the alphabets are? This is actually an example of that. That is the reason we believe that unknowns change their shape depending on what the alphabets are. How do they figure out what the alphabets are and how they've changed? We don't know, but this supports that really strongly because these are proto-unknown, unknown that existed in the really ancient Sinnoh civilizations when the ancient Sinnoh dwellers used to speak in a different language. The unknowns changed their shape to accommodate for their alphabets, and they wrote something back on the wall that actually we do know the translation for. I don't know who actually decoded what it meant, but last time I was here with Professor Rowan, and he told me it meant all lives touch other lives to create something anew and alive. So it's a pretty poetic statement that we have received from ancient Sinnoh civilizations, and it's quite a reflective statement as well. You really do affect one another in ways we don't realize. And if you affect others in a positive and a good way, you really are creating something new and something alive. So a good lesson for us to learn from this, right? Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm sorry. Whenever I'm doing research, I get really lost in the whole conversation, so I just went on this whole exploration on how the whole Sinnoh ruins and telling you all about it. But I hope it wasn't too boring for you. I'm going to keep this notebook and try to figure out if I can find something more out of it. But I would hate to say goodbye here. I have an idea. How about we meet at the cafe right at the outskirts of Solasian Town? Just go north. You will see a cafe. How about we meet there? I think that is a pretty good spot. I've heard the food is really good too. So how about we try meeting there? Great, okay. Then I'll leave first. You can explore if you want to, and then I'll see you over there, okay? Don't be late. We're having dinner. Okay, alright. See you there. Yep, that should be it. And if you don't mind me asking, how long is our order going to take? 15 to 20 minutes? Okay, thanks. Alright, looks like our order is going to take 15 to 20 minutes to arrive. Tell you what, I am starving. And I feel so tired. It's nothing like relaxing after a good long, hard day of work. All my muscles are so stiff, and it's because I don't do this quite often. I like to read books, write research papers, but Professor Rovin told me that the best thing that I can do sometimes is go and look at the Pokemon up close and observe their normal behaviors in their natural habitats. So I started going to all the places that I've always wanted to go to. And that's how we met at the Sulasian ruins. Yeah, but that does mean that I've not kept in touch with you all that much, and as your Pokemon professor, it is my responsibility to make sure you have a smooth journey. I do apologize for that, and I hope I can make up for it tonight. Yep. Tell you what, I have a question. Have you noticed the night sky recently? There's so many occurrences of aurora lights these days, right? These nights are intense, not generally speaking, but in terms of aurora lights too, the frequency is intense, the intensity is intense as well. There's a legend that says that whenever Dialga is in the skies of Sinnoh, the aurora light activity increases. And it's actually more than a legend, it's actually true. We have observed electromagnetic activity increasing whenever Dialga is in our atmosphere, and that causes an increase in aurora lights, of course. Last time we saw Dialga actually was 3 years ago at the top of Mount Coronet, and it was when Team Galactic was trying to destroy Sinnoh, so not good. But we were saved by the trainer, the same trainer actually that was Professor Rowan's trainer 3 years ago. And ever since then we haven't seen Dialga at all, so I'm a little bit concerned. I hope I'm just overthinking it and just imagining it in my head, but I do feel a little bit concerned over why it's back again. But I hope Dialga's gonna go away soon, and I'm just overthinking it in my mind. I need a sip. Tell you what, while we're here, how about I look at your Pokédex and also the Pokemon that you've caught. Let's see your progress. Yeah? Okay, let's take a look at your Pokédex. Alright. Let's start by looking at your Pokédex. If you look at the very top, you'll notice that it says 6 and 46. The 6 corresponds to how many Pokemon you've caught, and the 46 corresponds to how many Pokemon you have seen. If you're confused by the 6, I'll just tell you that even though you have 4 Pokemon, your Turtwig and your Starly evolved, so they count as 2 different Pokemon, Grotle and Staravia, that you've caught, and that's how you get the number 6. I would recommend that you try catching more Pokemon and diversify your Pokemon options. Even if you don't plan on using them, you can just put them in the box and they'll get transferred over to me and I can take care of them. But considering you're at the early middle part of your journey, this amount of progress on the Pokédex is not bad at all. I think it's pretty decent. Now let's look at the Pokemon that you have. Ah, that is so great to see. Your Turtwig has evolved into Grotle. You know, the first time I saw you guys at the Pokemon lab back in Sanjam Town, I knew you guys had a special bond. And it's great to see that this Grotle is doing great with you. Magikarp. Quite interesting. If this Pokemon evolves, it's a very strong one to have on your team, but if it doesn't, then you're stuck with a Magikarp, so tread very wisely. Alright, I am not surprised by this one. Staravia is the bread and butter of every person's team. There's something I'm going to give you after we look at your Pokemon that might be beneficial to you and Staravia both. And your final Pokemon is a Buneri. That is so fascinating for me to see. I really was expecting that you would have a Shinx or a Luxio on your team. A lot of the trainers that are as far along in their Pokemon journey as you are tend to usually have a Shinx or a Luxio, but it seems like you didn't find that Pokemon too favorable to have on your team, which is totally okay. You have some really interesting Pokemon on your team like the Magikarp and the Buneri. I don't see that quite often in a lot of trainers' team. But if I take a step back and look at your whole Pokemon team holistically, there's a few things that I can recommend to you, and take this as advice from your Pokemon professor. I am your coach after all, and I would like to see you succeed. You have a grass type in the form of your Torterra, right? And then the other thing is you also have a Lopunny, which you would get from Buneri in the future. Both of these Pokemon are going to be very weak to flying type, so 2 of your Pokemon are going to be very vulnerable to flying type. So I would just say that make sure you account for that by other Pokemon that you have in your team. Having a Gyarados when your Magikarp evolves would be a great answer to Flying type, but just keep that in the back of your mind. Talking about the Gyarados, once your Magikarp evolves, and I hope it does because, trust me, you don't want to end up with a Magikarp later down in your journey. But if you have a Gyarados which is Flying type and Water type, and you also have a Staraptor which is Flying type and Normal type, those two are also going to be very weak to Electric type Pokemon. In fact, since your Gyarados is Water type and Flying type, it's going to be 4 times weak to Electric type Pokemon. So that's another thing that you should keep in your mind. Once your Growlithe evolves into Torterra, it becomes part ground type, so it might be able to answer a little bit of the problem against Electric type Pokemon, but I would still recommend keeping that in your mind as you build your team further in your journey. Then finally, one final thing I would tell you is, if you find a Dragon type Pokemon, do not even think twice about it. Just seize the opportunity and catch that Pokemon, because Dragon types are really great to have. They are strong against mostly every single type that there is, except for Dragon type itself, Ice type, and Fairy types. So look out for Dragon types too. But overall, right now your team is looking good. Just keep what I've said in mind. That is an impressive amount of progress you've made so far. Amazing. Wonderful. If you don't mind, I would like to reward you for this amazing progress you've made. I have here with me HM Fly. Using this, you can fly to any place that you've been to already. It can be a little bit cumbersome to travel by foot to places you've already been to. Maybe you want to go back to Twin Leaf Town to visit your mom, or maybe you want to go somewhere else. Using this HM Fly, you can just get there in a matter of minutes. So I'll give this to you. Great job. And another thing I'll say is keep up the good work. If you have really good progress again, next time we meet, I'll give you another reward. Yeah. I'm also happy to see your Turtwig has evolved. Seems like you guys have a good bond, and I hope it's that the Turtwig's not giving you too much trouble. Yeah. Let me share with you some Pokemon catching tips, right? And you have 4 Pokemon already, but there are some superstitions around catching Pokemon, so take it with a grain of salt, and do it only if you really feel desperate enough to try these things. There is a superstition that says, if you throw your Pokeball and you're having a hard time catching a Pokemon, right after you throw a Pokeball, just pretend like you don't care. Look elsewhere. Like this. Just pretend like you care about everything in the world except for that Pokemon. Just look away. And people say it works. You have a better chance of catching a Pokemon if you pretend not to care right after throwing the Pokeball. Again, just a superstition, but maybe it'll come in handy. There's another superstition too, which says, right after you throw a Pokeball, just push yourself down, apply your entire force downwards, and it gets transferred over to the Pokeball. So the Pokemon has a hard time getting out of the ball, breaking out, because the Pokeball is also pushing down, because you are pushing down. It's another one of those superstitions, but I thought I'll share it with you. For being a professor, I know my fair bit of superstitions, and let me tell you, the way I got my Poochyena in the Hoenn region, it was all thanks to actually pushing myself down. Because I really wanted that Poochyena, and I already wasted through 4 Pokeballs. I threw another one, and I pushed down, and I caught it. So it seems like there is some truth to it. One more thing that I noticed is you have a Buneri on your team. Now, I don't know if you know this or not, but your Buneri is not gonna evolve all that easily. It's one of those rare Pokemon that evolves based on friendship. So you need to have really good friendship with your Buneri in order to make it evolve. Now, how can you increase friendship with your Buneri? You are asking the right person. There's a couple of things that you can do. The first thing that you can do is make sure whenever you use Buneri in battles, that Buneri doesn't faint, okay? So Buneri must not faint, but that does not mean that you also just avoid using Buneri in battles. It needs to battle, but it needs to not faint as well. Right? That's the first thing. The other thing is, don't give your Buneri herbal medicine. Herbs tend to be a little bit bitter, and that will decrease your friendship with your Buneri. There's some other things too, and we are actually in the perfect place right now because Cafe Cabin has one item called as Moo Milk. I didn't think you would need this, so I just got one myself. They used to actually give out unlimited, but they said that there was a trainer 3 years ago that came across and bought 100 bottles of Moo milk, and they had to shut down their business for 30 days because they had no backlog on the Moo milk productions. So now they just give one Moo milk bottle for one table. I didn't think you would need it, so I just got it for myself, but it seems like you actually do need it. So I'm just going to put it over here, but before you leave, take this with you. Give a little bit of this Moo milk to your Buneri every single day, and the friendship with your Buneri is going to go up because it's a really sweet milk. It comes from milk tanks. So that's another thing that you can do. As for who the trainer was 3 years ago, no, I think I have my guess, and I think you have your guess too. One final thing that you can do, in my opinion, is if you know Heart Home City, there's actually Pal Park in Heart Home City. In Pal Park, you can take your Pokemon out of your Pokeball and just walk around with them. That also tends to increase their friendship. So you can try doing that too, and since I just gave you Fly, maybe you can just fly back to Heart Home City and do that. If you do all these things, your Buneri is going to evolve. Because, let me tell you something, as you start getting stronger and challenging harder and harder gym leaders, it's really important that your Pokemon are fully evolved. So make sure you take care of this, right? And then as for Magikarp, I don't know how you're going to train it, but Magikarp is one of those Pokemon that is a hit or a miss. If it evolves, it's an absolute monster. And if it doesn't, then, well, you have a Magikarp on your hands. So I can't give you any more advice outside of that for the Magikarp. But for Buneri, keep that in your mind. I was also kind of surprised that you don't have a Bidoof on your team. It's like a rite of passage for trainers. The first thing they do when they start their adventure is catch a Bidoof, but it seems like you didn't catch one. That was kind of surprising to me as well. So overall, I would say great progress, and keep what I've said in mind and you will go far. I have a picture with me right now. This is that Pokemon right here, and then here are some things that they thought that Pokemon did and called them specific names, but the picture is right here. No, you can't have this. What, are you getting used to getting free stuff or something? I'm not giving this to you at all. You'd like to ask me about a Pokemon? Yeah, go for it. Oh, you don't know much about it? Well, do you have an image of that Pokemon? No? Well, can you draw it then? Remember the journal I gave you at the start of your journey? Maybe you can draw it on that journal, right? Okay, yeah, give it a try. Oh, you have the drawing ready? Yeah, let me see. I have to say you have really great drawing skills. Seems like you've taken some classes on artistry. But looks like no Pokemon that I've ever seen before. Oh, you want to change something on the drawing? Yeah, sure, take it. Change whatever you want. Okay, you're done? Okay. No, that can't be. Is that Giratina? That's impossible. How would someone know of Giratina's existence? This Pokemon is called Giratina. It appeared 3 years ago as well at the top of Mount Coronet, but this Pokemon lives in another dimension. Not a lot of people know of this. I think in the current landscape of the people that live in Sinnoh, it's only a handful of people that know about this Pokemon. I think people that were at the top of Mount Coronet when the whole thing happened. I think they might be the only ones that know of this Pokemon. The way I found out was Professor Rowan showed me photos of this Pokemon when we were doing our research work. But to think that someone knows about this Pokemon, just a random trainer, that is bizarre. If you don't mind me asking, could you describe the trainer to me? Red glasses and a black suit? Well, that is... that's funny. I was at the Lost Tower before I came to Solacean Ruins. Do you know the Lost Tower? No? Well, you wouldn't, because it's a place that comes just before Solacean Town. Many Pokemon are laid to rest there after they pass away. So someone like you would have no reason to go there. But I was doing some research on a Pokemon called Spiritomb and trying to see if it has any connection with the Lost Tower. And at the Lost Tower I saw a trainer with red glasses and a black suit. And the reason I remember that is it was a really peculiar dress, a very distinct dress from everybody else. And I ran into that person. It seems really bizarre to me that they would know about this Pokemon. You know what? Keep an eye on this person the next time you see them. And if something feels unusual, just let me know. I have a really bad feeling. But maybe it's just me overreacting in my mind. I get nervous very easily. I was nervous about Dialga as well. So maybe I'm overthinking it. But just keep an eye. And if you see anything unusual, then do let me know. And that reminds me, I think I should take your Pokédex number, because I haven't taken your Pokédex number yet, right? Yeah, give me your Pokédex number so that we can stay in touch. Yeah, I hope everything's alright, and I'm just worrying for nothing. Oh, looks like our order's coming in as well. Alright, let's have dinner. The dinner's on me. And then give me your Pokédex number right after this, okay? But great job, I have to say, great job so far. You've done a wonderful job. You have a great team on your hands. And your Pokédex is looking good too. The next time we meet, make sure you do more progress and I'll give you even more rewards, okay? Alright, yep. Bring it over. You're here. Interesting. You know, I was expecting you to show up here sooner or later. How did I know you were coming? Well, as a fighting type gym leader, I am able to sense and detect people's auras. I knew a formidable trainer had entered the city just a few minutes ago, so I knew you would show up here eventually, but I didn't think it would happen this quickly. My name is Mojo Dojo. I am the gym leader of this place, but outside of being a gym leader, I'm also the mayor of this place. Can you answer a question for me? It seems like you came rushing to the gym. That means you haven't had the chance to explore the city, right? Well, as the mayor of this city, I think I should throw you a pitch so that you go and explore all the wonderful places that this city has, and maybe we can earn some money off of tourism from you. We have with us the wonderful department store. In this department store, you can find all the things that you can ever imagine. This is a very premium department store, and in this store you can find all kinds of exotic things that you will never be able to find anywhere else in the entirety of Sinnoh. This Veilstone city is a big metropolis, probably the biggest city in the entirety of Sinnoh. So we're always trying to make everything bigger and better. And that means that instead of the Pokemart, we built the department store. I hope you go there whenever you get the time. Outside of that, we also have an old age queue. We used to give out this place to big companies so that they could work from Veilstone City. but we've had to close it down for, well, reasons. And we're going to turn this into a indoors resort. That's actually one of the project plans we have as we see this city going into the future. This is going to be another one of those things that we hope is going to bring in a lot of tourism. There is another place in this city that might be of interest to you, and that place is the clothing shop. In the clothing shop you can find all the different selection of clothings. You can find footwear, you can find headwear, you can find accessories, upper garments, lower garments, everything that you can imagine you can find in the clothing shop. And judging from how you are dressed, I think you could use a little bit of a makeover, if I'm being honest. But this clothing shop wasn't always a clothing shop. It actually used to be a game corner. Some years ago, when Maylene was the gym leader of this place, the previous gym leader prior to myself, she was approached by a group of investors who suggested that they would help build a department store, and in exchange, Maylene allows them to create a game corner. She accepted, but she didn't know that there were also games involving gambling in the game corner. You could use actual Poké dollars to play slots and different games, so a lot of the Whalestonians were getting addicted to these games. So Maylene, being very, very cautious and worrisome about the well-being and health of the Whalestonian people, decided to close down the game corner after their contract ran out. I think the game corner company is still around. I believe their main headquarters is in Kanto, in the Celadon city. I think that's where their main game corner is, so they're still around, just not in Sinnoh anymore. And we transformed it into a clothing shop. Shortly afterwards, Maylene stepped down, so I took over, and I just added one more thing in the things that we do, which is in this very gym, I do some trainings for people that come from all over the different parts of the Pokemon world. You know, people come in from Unova, people come in from Kalos, people come in from Johto, and I train them mentally and physically as well to make sure they're on top of their game. That's pretty much what we do, and I hope after hearing this you do take your time around this whole place and do explore Whalestone City in much more detail. But I know you're here to challenge me, so let's talk about Pokemon battling, right? Regarding the Pokemon battle, my rules are quite simple. I believe in integrity and fairness, so if you don't mind me asking, how many gym badges do you have? 2, okay. And how many Pokemon do you have? 4, okay. Well, I use 3 Pokemon for people with 2 gym badges, so I'm gonna make a request. If you don't mind, can you also use 3 Pokemon in this battle? It wouldn't really be fair, right, for you to use 4 Pokemon and I use 3. I think as a fighter you would imagine that the battlefield should be plain, equal, and fair, right? Well, if you had 2 Pokemon, I would have used 2 Pokemon as well, just so you know. And it's not really a rule by the Pokemon Academy, so you can always just say no. You accept? Well, see, I had a feeling that you were someone with integrity and a sense of justice and fairness, and I was correct to think that. Much better than the previous person that challenged me. They used all their Pokemon. Yeah, it ended up not mattering. I was not able to win, but still, just to see the sign of integrity from someone is refreshing. So then, I think that's enough talking. I really want to see and test how strong you are. I love to see people grow during our battle, so I'm going to try and see if I can get something out of you as well. As the gym leader of Whalestone City, I accept your challenge. Meditite, I choose you. The first move always determines the result of the battle. Meditite, use Flash. Impressive. Your Magikarp knows more than Splash. Use Flash again. This Magikarp has guts. Perhaps I can push it and unleash its true potential. Let's see how gutsy you really are. Use Drain Punch. You're going to have to do more than that to defeat my Meditite. Come on, Magikarp, push yourself. I know you have it in you. Amazing. Let's get this battle started for real then. Send him flying with the Drain Punch. Come back, Meditite. Reducing my speed with Bulldoze? That was smart. But let's see how you handle my next Pokemon. Go, Machoke. You're flying now, but I'm gonna show you Rock Bottom. Machoke, use Rock Tomb. Swapping out your Gyarados to not get hit with the Rock Tomb? You're battling really smartly. Perhaps not having the Puneri is really making you focus more. Use Low Sweep, Machoke. Use Low Sweep again, Machoke, but try to get a critical hit. You did your best. Come back. You've pushed me to my limit, but you don't understand. I'm the most lethal when I'm cornered. Time to play the game. Finish him off, Lucario. This is what it comes down to. Alright, Gyarados, let's see how strong you really are. Use Drain Punch, Lucario. This Bulldoze is a real problem. I gotta approach this differently. Use Screech, Lucario. I knew I could count on you to survive that move. Here, take a Hyper Potion. We're gonna go all in with one last punch. Show your fighting spirit, Lucario. Survive the next Bulldoze and then follow up with the hardest hitting Drain Punch ever. Do it now! No. That was our only chance. Lucario, try to dodge the Bulldoze. Man, looks like I poked the bear, and I paid the price for it. You beat me fair and square. Well done. Ow. I didn't think you had this much force behind your punch. But I have to say, that was a great battle. There we go. That was a great battle. Even though I lost, I had a really great time. And I have to say, your Magikarp pushing itself beyond its limit, turning into Gyarados, that was my favorite part because that's what I do best. I love to bring out people's untapped potential. And I think I was able to do just that. Not only with the Magikarp, but yourself as well. When you fought me on equal grounds, you knew that you didn't have an opportunity to mess up because you didn't have another Pokemon that could take cover. So you tried a lot more than you would have if you had 4 Pokemon. So for that, congratulations. But this moment is all about you. And since you've beaten me, you are very deserving of this right here. This right here is the gym badge for Veilstone City. And you have earned this 100%. Here you go. Since you're here, I might as well give you something else as well, right? I think one of the things that every gym leader does now is give out their favorite card, right? So here's my favorite card. This card is practically a helmet, and the reason I'm giving this to you is when I start swinging, better have a helmet on. So that's my favorite card, and it's now for you to keep. And one more thing. The strength with which you punched me, I think that really warrants a reward. So here you go. This right here is HM strength. Your Pokemon can learn it. You probably have a spirit Pokemon. I think Boneri can learn it, probably. But if you don't, your Poketch can also use it with a wild Pokemon. So this is for you to keep. The strength behind that punch warrants the move strength. So here you go. And I have to say though, that punch really woke me up in the morning. No amount of coffee can have the kind of effect that punch did. Just what I needed in the morning to get started. If you want an advice from a gym leader, I would highly suggest that first, you take a look around Wheelstone City. I would really appreciate it. But the other thing is, if you go south, you'll get to a lake. It's a very beautiful lake. I think you'll have a good time there. I think you should go there. And if you keep going south, you'll get to a beach. So it's a beautiful beach. I noticed that right now you don't really have any good Pokemon that are ground type. Maybe you can find something over there. And if you keep going towards the west after you go south, you will get to Pastoria City that has a water type gym. And you already have a Grotle on your team, so it would be nice to challenge that gym next. And there is the Safari World there too, so I think you'll have fun in the Safari World. Maybe you'll find something over there too. That's the advice I will give as a seasoned veteran who has seen a lot of trainers come in here. I would still recommend you don't go back to Heart Home City yet. I don't think you are strong enough to beat that gym leader. What I've noticed is trainers usually need around 4 gym badges after they can challenge Heart Home City, and so that's my recommendation. It was a real pleasure to battle you, and if you ever need to work on your physical or mental health, you can always come back into this wonderful gym. Thank you so much. Excuse me, if you don't mind me asking, have you seen a trainer with red glasses, red dress shirt, and a black suit? You have. If you don't mind, can you share that information with me about that person? Why am I covering my face with my hair? That's to conceal my identity. I don't really want people finding out who I am. So, will you share that information with me? It might be to the benefit of humanity. You never know. No? Okay, how about we play a game? I try to guess who you are. If I am right, you gotta give me information about that person. How does that sound? Yeah? Okay. Years of working as an official Pokemon detective, there's no way I get this wrong. I see you have a Pokédex, a few Pokeballs, potions, and also it looks like you have some badges that look like gym badges, a Silphscope. You also have running shoes, and then a bike. My deduction skills are really strong. I'm quite easily able to deduct who you are. You are a traveling salesman who sells replicas of Pokemon items to people, and you go city to city, town to town using your bike or your running shoes. Am I right? No? Wait, who are you then? You're a Pokemon trainer? Okay. You guess who I am, and if you're wrong, you gotta give me that information. Take a guess. Pokemon detective? Wait, how did you know? I gave it away? There goes my career. Wait, you said you are a Pokemon trainer, right? There is a rite of passage, and then during their journey to decide what they want to be and who they want to become. For Manuka, he was a little bit interesting. He was so convinced that Bidoof had some untapped hidden potential. He kept catching Bidoof over and over again. He even got Bidoof as a starter for himself. You know Route 209, right? He caught so many Bidoofs at Route 209 that the remaining one either left and they fled that route, or they were forced to evolve into Bibarel just so he would stop catching them. He almost pretty much changed the ecosystem by catching so many Bidoofs, and he never got anywhere. I mean, his Bidoof, the strongest one, learned Defense Curl and Tackle, so he was never able to beat the first gym, the Rock Gym, that was close by to him. As for me, I got myself 5 gym badges. But knowing Manuka, he's a pretty weird person, but I don't know how he managed to become a Pokemon professor and be so level-headed at the same time. He's grown a lot, but he still has his quirks. Like, I'm sure right now he's researching something about Dunsparce and how Dunsparce has another evolution, or how Dunsparce has untapped potential that nobody has recognized yet. He's always been interested in these really, really interesting Pokemon. But anyways, since you're a Manuka student, I don't have to hide my identity anymore. I can trust you very easily. Feels good that I don't have to hide my face anymore. We haven't properly introduced one another, so I guess let's do some introductions. I'll go first. I'm Glimpse. I am a detective, as you know, and you might not know me all that well, but you might know my brother. Have you heard of Detective Looker? You have? Yes. He is very popular in Sinnoh, and he's actually my older brother, and I am his younger brother, Glimpse. He acts as my front, and then he gets all the attention, everybody knows him, and then I work in the shadows, so I'm his shadow, essentially. Whenever he's trying to infiltrate or get some secret information, or he needs a spy, he can't do it himself because people recognize him way too well. But he sends me there, because people don't recognize me at all. So I work in his shadow, and I give him as much information as I can. He's not a one-man operation. It's a two-man operation. And sometimes we have other people help us out as well. But anyways, what's your name? And it looks like you have 3 gym badges, right? And I do apologize. I called them props. But it seems like these are hard-earned gym badges, and I apologize for that. You are no pushover, that's for sure. And it seems like your team is quite capable as well, so I do apologize once again for thinking they were not real. Yeah. So in regards to the original topic, why I approached you, I saw a trainer, a person with, as I said, red glasses, entering the old Galactic HQ. Looks like someone broke in, and whoever it was is a very, very smart person, because there's 30 cameras inside the old HQ to survey and make sure nobody enters. And he was caught in only one of the cameras. In the other 29, he was undetected. So whoever it is really knows their stuff. That building, as you know, is set for demolition in a few months, but it still contains all the classified information about the legendary Pokemon Palkia, Dialga, and even the fabled phantom Pokemon Giratina. I've been working as a detective for 5-6 years, so I was actually there when the whole event with Team Galactic went down 3 years ago. Looker was not allowed to enter. The grunts stopped him at the entrance of Mount Coronet, but he created enough of a diversion that I was able to sneak in and go all the way up to the top. When I was at the top, I saw, the legendary Pokemon, Dialga and Palkia being summoned. Then I noticed this weird portal open, and I noticed that the hero from 3 years ago and Cyrus and even Cynthia were pulled into that distortion world. And as I was processing it, I noticed I got pulled into it as well through a different portal that opened right behind me. As I was looking from a vantage point of Mount Coronet. I even have a picture of myself. Here, I'll show you the picture. I have a picture of myself as well. I took a quick selfie and I sent it to Looker after everything was said and done. You know, this is once in a lifetime experience. I don't think anybody is going to be able to top a picture like that. But I was in the distortion world and I took this picture. And then after Cyrus was defeated and the hero battled Giratina, I noticed another portal. I took it and I found myself in Celestic Town, very far away from where everything went down. It was a bit of a hassle actually to go back. But you know, since I was there, I know how dangerous these legendary Pokemon can be. And all the Team Galactic research paper and documents are still in that old HQ. So it is a little bit concerning if someone enters that place. Most of the times it's just random trainers who think they can easily catch themselves a legendary Pokemon and become really strong. And I hope that's the case here. But every time it happens, I feel a little bit uneasy. I hope that's what it is and nothing else, honestly. But if you don't mind me asking, you know, you've met that person that broke in. How are they like? Do you feel like they're a bad person? Or have they done anything that is questionable or bad in front of you? Okay, that is reassuring to hear. I would like to think it's probably someone who has ambitions, very, very optimistic, hopes that they can maybe catch themselves a legendary. I'll just think of that for now, but I'm gonna keep my eye on this person as well. I'm quite intrigued, and if you run into that person a lot, and I'm trying to chase that person down, then you and I are gonna meet up again. I'm sure of that. You sat around and you listened to my story for a bit, so I'll give you some presents. Here, I have with me 3 rare candies. Here you go. And how these rare candies work is they're incredibly rare. And if you give them to your Pokemon, they're gonna get stronger by a lot. So it's a little bit of a cheat, but they're called rare candy for a reason, very hard to find. If you do see that trainer again, do let me know. And are you sure you're not missing any information about that person? Okay. Seems like he's just an acquaintance to you, more of like a foe or a rival, but nothing beyond that. Okay. All right. I mean, I trust you. You are Manuka's student after all, but I'll keep an eye on myself as well. For now, I think this is good enough. I don't want to sit here too long. I'm not shopping for anything anyways, so in this clothing shop, me being here is kind of pointless. So I'll take my leave, alright? Alright, find yourself some nice clothes, and I'll see you again sometime, okay? Forgot my chair. Sorry, I did not see you there at all. No, thank you for your concern. I'm doing okay, but just feeling a little bit down, honestly. If you have the time, I can indulge you. Perhaps that'll lighten my burden as well. You do have the time? Thank you so much. It's not every day that people take time out of their day to listen to a stranger's story. My story, it's not that long actually, quite simple. I come from a very remote area, a place where we don't have much, but I always wanted to be a Pokemon trainer. I tried so hard, and since we don't have a Pokemon professor, I could never get myself my first Pokemon. That's when I decided to just run away from home. I ran really far away, exactly here, a year ago. I looked out into the ocean, right over there, and I saw the legendary Pokemon Azelf for the very first time. Do you know the legendary Pokemon Azelf? You do? Wait, how do you know of it? Oh, you're a Pokemon trainer yourself. That's amazing. So I guess in that case you might be able to relate to what I'm about to say. Maybe. But anyways, I saw Azelf, and you might not believe this because everybody says Azelf lives at Lake Valor, but Lake Valor is not that far from here. If you go up north, Lake Valor shows up. So it's not that unbelievable to think that Azelf might show up over here at Route 213 as well. I don't know why, but after I saw Azelf, I knew something was going to happen. Something important in my life is going to happen. And that very day when I went home, my uncle, who lives in another town in Sinnoh, he sent me my very first Pokemon. And when I got that Pokemon, I decided that I'm going to be the best trainer there ever is. And one day I'm going to come back and I'm going to catch myself. I just felt like the Azelf wanted to be a part of my team, but it's waiting for me to be strong enough to actually join. But this is where it gets a little bit terrible. It's been a year and I still have no gym badges. I have 3 Pokemon now in my team, including the very first I got as a present. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to beat the very first gym, which is the Whalestone gym. I've tried 17 times now and no luck whatsoever. I feel really demotivated, just really directionless. I'm not really sure what to do, so I showed up here again exactly a year later to see maybe if I can find Azelf one more time. Maybe that gives me the motivation I need. Maybe that gives me the answers I need. Because right now, I just feel lost. Tell you what, you said you're a trainer, right? How many gym badges do you have? 3? Which cities? You also have Veilstone badge? That's the one I can't seem to get then. You already have it. Wow. I have a request if you really want to cheer me up. I know it's a really odd request to make, especially because I'm sure our Pokemon are not even close. But can you please battle me? I really want to see what it feels like to be strong. Maybe seeing you is going to motivate me to get stronger as well. Maybe that gives me the answer I need. So please tell me, can you battle me? Thank you so much. So then, in that case, I am ready as well. Let's battle. Gyarados, huh? Well, there's a reason you have 3 gym badges, but I'm not gonna give up that easy. Go, Magikarp! Alright, Magikarp, use Splash, I guess? That's the only thing you know, right? Magikarp! Oh no. Anyway, go Bidoof! Alright, Bidoof, use Tackle when you get the opportunity. Or if you get the opportunity. Just use Tackle. Oh, that's surprising. You're okay. I really thought you were also gonna go flying like the Magikarp. What a well-written research paper. What just happened? Wait, is that a Bidoof? Wait a minute. I've been looking for a Bidoof all this time, the 1 in a billion rare Bidoof, and this Bidoof just falls from the sky? Maybe it's a sign. Yeah, you're the Bidoof I've been looking for all this time. Oh, this is gonna be so fun. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk my very first Pokemon ever in this battle. I forfeit. I don't want to do this anymore. You know, it's so apparent how you and I are just a completely different breed of Pokemon trainers. I'm not even close to your level. I've just realized something while we were battling. Sometimes the things you love in life, they don't really love you back, and you can give and you can give until the milk tanks come home, but sometimes you just get nothing in return. You know, I used to have doubt. I really did suffer from a lot of doubt. Every single time I would challenge the Pokemon gym in Veilstone City, and I would lose really, really badly. And I would always ask myself this one question: why do I still keep doing this? Why do I keep tormenting myself with loss after loss? It's not good for a human mentality to incur that many losses. But I always told myself, you know, I'm passionate about this. I just can't stop. I just can't quit. But at some point, you have to accept the writing on the wall. And I think what the writing on the wall says is that I'm just not cut out to be a Pokemon trainer. Yeah, I don't think I'm cut out to be one. And I lost 2 of my Pokemon that I caught. I just have my first ever Pokemon I received exactly a year ago left. So where does that leave me? I mean, I'm back to the very first square where I started. 1 year of my progress just completely wasted. I don't even know what to do with it anymore. Huh? What are you pointing towards? I don't see anything. Are you trying to cheer me up? Don't worry about cheering me up. As much as I am ambitious, I'm also quite a realist. And I can see the writing on the wall. And what the writing says is it's time to probably just hang up my boots. So I will be fine. I know how to cope with something like this. That's a Wailord, right? It's so weird. I've never seen a Wailord this close to the shore. Bizarre. I guess that was a little bit funny. Well, I guess there's something good that came out of today. But as I was saying, I just lost 2 of my Pokemon, and I didn't get to see a Zelf as well. I waited and waited, and I looked. Wait. That's a Zelf. That is a Zelf. No, wait. Wait, where are you going? What? What was that? Why did a Zelf appear now of all times? Now, there has to be a meaning to it. There was a meaning to it last time as well. Wait. Maybe it's a message from a Zelf. Maybe what I'm thinking is the end of my career. Maybe it's just the start of it. What I'm trying to say is, maybe this is an opportunity for me to restart. Maybe you were the catalyst that sets this in motion, and Azelf knew that, so it waited for the battle to conclude. You know what? That might actually be it. So that means you and me meeting here had a purpose. You know, I actually didn't have much of an experience being a Pokemon trainer because I come from such a remote place. I barely interacted with any other trainers. I just consistently challenged the gym over and over again and kept losing, but battling you really gave me insight on what it means to be a Pokemon trainer, how to think about Pokemon battling, how to actually catch Pokemon, which Pokemon to catch, and how to train them. And I'm sure there's a lot more I can learn from you as well. Yes, I have an idea. We're gonna have not a rival relation. You're gonna be my teacher and I'm gonna be your student. I'm gonna learn as much as I can from you, if that is okay. Good. But this is the relation that's gonna end with me beating you. I don't care if you become champion of Sinnoh. I don't care if you become champion of the whole Pokemon world. No matter how strong you are, I'm gonna be stronger and I'm gonna beat you. And then I'm gonna catch a Zelf as well, eventually. to that effect, can you give me your Poketch number, please? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna really start bothering you from now on, asking you questions. It is starting to get a little bit late, but before we go, I never told you my name, and you never told me yours. I am Mel, and you are? Huh, what a nice name. I'm so excited about this, opportunity to explore my Pokemon trainer career again, that I'm just gonna stay here for the night. Do you like to camp out? No? Oh, you like to stay at a cabin or a house, huh? Tell you what, are you going towards Pastoria City? You are? Okay. I have here with me a card. You're gonna see a small house right between this beach if you go left and northwest to be precise. Go northwest a little before Pastoria City, somewhere in the middle between where we are and Pastoria City. You're gonna see a small house. That is actually a small hut being taken care of by a person, and I have an arrangement with that guy, so he lets me stay for free, but he's gonna ask you for money for a night. So if you show him this, he's gonna let you stay a night for free without any costs. Yeah, that's the least I can do, especially after you invigorated my spirit to continue being a Pokemon trainer. So here you go. Yeah. Alright, I'm really bad at ending conversations, but what I will say though is the next time we see each other, I'm going to be a lot stronger than I am now. And you better be careful, because you're not going to even realize it. Before you blink, I'm going to be much stronger than you. Yes, thank you so much. Regardless, thank you so much. And since I'm really bad at ending conversations, I hope you leave now, because I don't know what else to do.